Here we go. We're live on a Monday. The NFL free agent frenzy has already begun, and the Eagles have lost a key player. Jaelan Phillips is out. He has signed with the Carolina Panthers. It's a massive deal for Phillips. It's one that I don't think Howie Roseman can sign. He walks. He goes to Carolina, much like last year when Milton Williams just got way paid to go to the Patriots. The Eagles could not buck up $30 million a year for Jaelan Phillips. So he is out, and how will they replace him? We're all over that and more. The free agent period is open for business, as is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, and live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN X platform and on YouTube. Follow along, be a part of the show. So Jaelan Phillips has signed with the Carolina Panthers. He gets a 4-year, $120 million deal. I mean, it's lunacy to me. There's just no way in the world Philadelphia can sign him or match that deal. They just can't. If they wanted Phillips back, okay, fine. We were hearing somewhere like the $17 to $20 million range. He goes out and gets $30 million a year to go play for the Carolina Panthers. Kudos to the Panthers, but you can't sign that deal if you're Howie Roseman. The question is, how do you pivot now? How do you pivot, and how do you fill a role that the Philadelphia Eagles told you they clearly needed an edge rushing upgrade over Jalen Hunt and Nolan Smith last year, correct? They went out and traded a third-round pick to go get Jaelan Phillips. So you gave up a third-round pick to get Phillips. Phillips now walks. You need to replace that player. How do you do it? Well, by the way, former Giant wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson, he is going to sign with the Tennessee Titans. Wan'Dale Robinson, he's a guy that I actually liked for the Philadelphia Eagles as like a third slot receiver. The Eagles have never really had that third slot receiver. That third receiver has just never been a part of the Eagles' offense, it feels like, going back to like 2017 when they had Nelson Aguilar and they won the Super Bowl. It's been a Brown and Smith-oriented offense, and when those guys are out, it's really a drop-off to the next guy because they don't really have a true slot guy. So Wan'Dale Robinson. But let's get back to Jaelan Phillips here. I like Jaelan Phillips. I didn't love Jaelan Phillips. I didn't feel like the Eagles had to bring him back. And here's the reason why. To me, Phillips is a good, not great edge rusher. Now, he's a very well-rounded guy. He can play every play. He can play 3 downs. He stops runs. He's a good, solid guy. But in today's world, in the fourth quarter of a key game, can I get the big sack? Can I get the big pressure? The Eagles needed the big sack and the big pressure against the San Francisco 49ers in a wild card game on your home field with a lead late in the fourth quarter, and they could not get it. To me, Jaelan Phillips, too much injury background. He had the Achilles, and he's had some injuries with the Miami Dolphins. And I can't pay that guy $30 million. I mean, unfortunately, that's the business of the NFL. I think it's ludicrous. Malik Willis got $45 million guaranteed money per year to sign with the Miami Dolphins. He's going to be the new Dolphins quarterback down there. We'll keep you up to date on all the moves. They're coming in fast and furious now. They got off to a little bit of a slow start, but it's starting to pick up a little bit. Big move for the Raiders. Tyler Lindenbaum, the center, he's going to go there. So we've got that news. Travis Etienne, the running back, he's going to go to the Saints. We just told you Wan'Dale Robinson. He's going to go to the Giants. Leaves the Giants, goes to Tennessee. So we'll keep it open. Let's get to the particulars so you guys can get involved. On the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. The White Horse RV text board is open. There are some reports that the Eagles are going to release. They already have released Michael Carter. You remember they traded for Michael Carter with the Jets. He didn't really do anything here. he got released by the Eagles. He is going to return to the Eagles on a renegotiated deal that lowers his cap hit. It was going to be $10 million before the deal. Now he's going to be back. Michael Carter II. I guess the question with him is, now that he's here for a full training camp, full offseason, can Michael Carter be a help to the defense? Do they think that he could actually now win a job with this defense? Because he made no impact last year for the trade. Couple other things. Let's get into the A.J. Brown stuff. According to Josina Anderson, at some point in discussions, a league source said to Josina Anderson that the belief is that the Eagles are going to be okay with a 2027 first-round pick and a 2026 second-round pick for A.J. Brown. When I asked sources why Philly may be okay with deferring the first-round pick to next year, one source told Josina Anderson the Eagles already have 4 top 100 picks this year. Easier for the other team to give their first-round pick next year than this year. Another source said some may believe next year's draft class is stronger. So the Patriots, who have had a hard time giving up the first-round pick, maybe they don't want to give up their first-round pick this year, but maybe they'd be willing to give it up next year. It seems that the ball could be rolling because it seemed like there was a lot of reporting that the talks on A.J. Brown had stalled a little bit. Over the weekend, I think many people said, look, if they're going to trade A.J. Brown, it's going to happen over the weekend. It did not happen. And now here he is. The league year starts on Wednesday. The legal tampering starts today. A.J. Brown's here, and Jaelan Phillips is not. All right, is there anything I've missed?
There's speculation right now that Dotson is gone. I'm trying to get an update on it because both Schefter and Rappaport put out tweets and they deleted both of them. So I'm trying to get information about Dotson.
We do have the Zach Berman tweet here. Michael Carter signed a renegotiated deal with the Eagles. He was not cut. He remained under contract. The Eagles restructured the deal. Remember, they traded for him, and that was in the John Mechie trade.
Correct.
So Michael Carter, those of you probably don't even remember that he was here, but I would imagine they brought him back because they think that if he's here for the full offseason, that he could be a factor in the defense. I mean, there's no reason to bring Michael Carter back unless you think that, hey, listen, it just was a trade, couldn't fit into the system at that stage of the season, and maybe they get more out of him. So we'll keep an eye on that. There's just so much here. I do want to talk a little bit more and get everybody's thoughts on Jaelan Phillips. To me, the Jaelan Phillips thing is outrageous. If you're paying him $30 million if you're Carolina, holy moly, what does that mean for the next tier of player? What does that mean for Trey Hendrickson? What does that mean for remember, this all got started off on Saturday or Friday night when Max Crosby got traded to Baltimore.
2 first-round picks.
And that kind of started the whole thing of, okay, that is a huge deal for a edge rusher.
But really quick, so the news on Dotson is that he's going to the Atlanta Falcons.
All right, so Jahan Dotson, the Eagles' third receiver, and that's why I said Wan'Dale Robinson to kind of replace Dotson because I had seen the Dotson stuff and what was going on there as well. But it looks like Dotson is going to go to Atlanta. Yes. Not a huge loss for Philly, but I will say, disappointing. When they traded for him, what'd they give up to get him, like a third-round pick?
I think it was the third round. Let me double-check.
To Washington. And you're like, man, you're giving up a first-round wide receiver for a third-round pick. Many people thought that was a big win for Philadelphia. Now, he made a good splash the year they won the Super Bowl. We had a nice little playoff run for them there. But he really never made an impact for the Philadelphia Eagles. So that trade for Jahan Dotson turns out to be kind of a meh deal in the end.
So the Eagles gave up. It was actually a bunch of picks that got moved in that trade. So the Commanders sent Dotson with a 5th-round pick to the Eagles. The Eagles gave up a 7th-round pick and a 3rd-round pick in return.
To get Dotson.
Right, so a 3rd-round pick and a 7th-round pick in exchange for Dotson and a 5th.
Right, so you end up trading for Dotson. You give up a 3rd-round pick. That's a real pick there, a third-round pick, and you got very minimal out of him. I mean, in the 2 years that Dotson was here, yes, he had a nice playoff run for you a couple of years ago, which is big. I mean, for you to get – listen, if you had no catches for no yards during the regular season and end up coming up big in the playoffs, great. But I think the Eagles thought they were going to get more out of Dotson than they ended up getting. And then, of course, as the number 3 receiver in this offense, as we've seen, that doesn't really give you a whole heck of a lot. In the 2 years in Philadelphia, he had 37 catches for 478 yards and exactly 1 touchdown. Now, when you go to the playoffs, he actually had in the playoffs that one run. He only had 3 catches for 53 yards, but one of them happened to be a touchdown. So in 5 playoff games, he had 3 catches for 53 yards. And in the regular season, over the 2 seasons in Philadelphia, he barely had, he didn't even have 500 yards. So
No.
the trade did not work out, and now he has gone to Atlanta. But let's talk about a couple other things. I had tweeted out before I left for my trip that you can't sign Mitchell, DeJean, and Jordan Davis. Well, over the weekend they signed Jordan Davis. You can't sign them all, plus Jalen Carter. And I talked about this on Friday's show, Josh, and you poo-pooed it to me.
Well, I poo-pooed it in the way you originally framed it, but then you reframed it and it made more sense.
Well, the way that I tweeted it out on February the 18th, I believe, I sent out a tweet. Let me pull up the tweet so I can read it correctly, so I don't want to misquote my own self. Isn't that the Charles Barkley book? He got misquoted in his own book.
Right.
I tweeted out February 18th. If A.J. Brown isn't traded, who is one big-name Eagles player who might be? Jalen Carter would be my guess. You can't pay everyone. Quinyon, Cooper, Jordan Davis. Don't rule it out. Well, over the weekend, it has been reported by Jeremy Fowler, not that the Eagles are trying to trade Jalen Carter, but that teams are calling the Eagles. Take a listen.
I do not think there are significant issues with regard to Jalen Carter. I think the Eagles are getting calls because teams saw the Jordan Davis extension. They know that Carter's extension eligible. So you say, are you going to pay them both? If not, keep us in mind. But I think the Eagles' intention is to do a contract with Jalen Carter, whether it's this offseason or next. I think they understand that that's probably not going to be easy, that he's going to ask for an awful lot. And, it's Howie Roseman. So, yeah, he's going to take every call. Mm-hmm. But I do not get the sense that they're interested in dealing away Jalen Carter.
I don't get the sense that they're interested in dealing away Jalen Carter. The reason I mentioned him is twofold. One, you can't pay everybody. You just gave Jordan Davis how much money? You were on the air Saturday when this news broke. The deal for Jordan Davis I thought was eye-opening.
I was, first of all, surprised that they even felt the need to make a deal with Jordan Davis this past weekend. But to me, I think it's a major credit to the Eagles because the Eagles said, look, this is a guy who about a couple of years ago, people were like, do you even want to keep this guy? He went and lost over 30 pounds. He got into better shape. He became a team leader. You saw the Hard Knocks. That dude was probably the most vocal guy on the defense in many of those episodes. And the Eagles said, you know what, this guy has proven himself to not be a one-year wonder. He has gone out there and shown himself to be he's shown himself to be the first-round pick we all thought.
Well, how much did he get was my question.
He got a record number for a nose tackle.
So you don't know the answer.
Oh, well, it's on my head, no.
3 years, $78 million. You were on the air when it broke. That's why I was asking. I was trying to set you up for, hey, I was on the air when that news broke. He got 3 years, $78 million with $65 million guaranteed for Jordan Davis. So if you're the Eagles and you have to pay Jordan Davis that kind of money, what are you going to have to pay Jalen Carter? And you couldn't pay Jaelan Phillips $30 million a year. No. So Carolina swoops in and says, well, we'll pay him $30 million. So my point is, you just paid Jordan Davis that much money, $65 million guaranteed. You got Quinyon Mitchell coming up. Look what the corners are getting right now. What did McDuffie get this weekend? $30-some million?
Yeah.
For Trent McDuffie? Very good player, by the way. Cooper DeJean, what are you going to have to pay him? So if the Eagles are looking down the road and saying, how do we pay Jordan Davis? They wanted to bring back Jaelan Phillips, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and now you got Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter is extension eligible now. So he sees Jordan Davis got the bag. He's saying, wait a second, I'm going to play this year with Jordan Davis making more money than me? I don't know that Jalen Carter's going to be okay with that. Now, if he is okay with that, here's the rest of it. To which I said, don't be surprised if people start calling you to trade him. And the Eagles saying, well, listen, we've already won a Super Bowl with him, so we can say we drafted a guy and won a Super Bowl with him. We have gotten 3 great years out of this guy, and they've been up and down times. But these shoulder problems that he had that caused him to miss games, is that going to be a long-term problem? Is that going to be something that keeps lingering? Can we trust this guy if we give him $30 to $40 million? If somebody calls you and says, we'll give you 2 first-round picks, or we'll give you a first-round pick and a second-round pick for Jalen Carter, if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, are you considering that move? Well, you just saw what Max Crosby just got. How much Carter's significantly younger than Crosby is.
Yes, by at least 6-7 years.
So do you have to consider that if you're the Philadelphia Eagles by saying, I don't know that we can afford to pay him what he's going to be asking for? That's something I think you have to keep in mind.
So with all that being said, who do you think is more likely to not be here in 2026 moving forward? Is it Jalen Carter or is it A.J. Brown?
Well, the A.J. Brown stuff is going all over the place because it felt like it took a halt, right?
Yes.
Then it feels like it's like, well, after all the flurry here and guys start moving, if you're the Patriots and you thought you could sign a guy and you end up not signing a guy, then do you up your offer? Well, then there was some other reporting that, listen, because for the Eagles, a post-June 1st trade makes more sense for them than trading A.J. Brown now. You can't post-June 1st a trade. You can post-June 1st a release.
Correct.
That was a big topic over the weekend of why can't you say this trade is going to go into effect post-June 1st? You can't do that. So it's an interesting scenario here where the Eagles might hold on to A.J. Brown now probably until maybe after the draft. I don't know. Something to think about.
It is something to think about. I would also just say, though, that, I know it's not a sexy point to make, but the reality is also there is a scenario where the Eagles can restructure A.J. Brown's contract and then trade him so it's less of a hit on the cap. Now, would A.J. Brown do that to make a trade work? I have no idea.
Well, if you're A.J. Brown at this stage or you're the Philadelphia Eagles at this stage, I guess my question gets to the point of, is there damage done here? Is A.J. Brown mad that you haven't been able to get a deal? Is he mad that you're trying to deal him? I don't know about that because they basically went out and tried to find his own way. But I'm not 100% sure that A.J. Brown went through this weekend and came back on Monday and said, bygones. You guys have been trying to trade me. You can't find a deal. Yeah, I'm cool coming back. You wonder once it gets to the negotiation level where A.J. Brown's mind kind of wanders off to.
Right, and that was part of the point that Albert Breer and Jeff McClain made last week on the Uncovering the Eagles podcast about how once you start going down the road, it's hard to turn back.
Once you start to go into this area, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard to go back. You know what I mean? Like, once you open that Pandora's box of, like, everyone is sort of figuring everything out, like, how do you go back through the door and hold hands and everybody's cool?
Yeah. How do you put the toothpaste back in the tube? And look, yeah, you and I have been around long enough. Like, once Howie is kind of, look, he was asked about it, but once you say, yeah, pretty much that, yeah, we're open for business, give us your best offer, I typically see where these are going.
Yeah. If you start calling and you start negotiating, it starts to get to the player. Well, you didn't take that for me. You know, there's some good offers out there and you're not taking them. We'll see. That stuff with the A.J. Brown. Jalen Carter, would the Eagles actually trade him? The Eagles have lost Jaelan Phillips. Jahan Dotson is also going to Atlanta. He gets a 2-year, $15 million deal. It's worth up to $17 million, including $10 million fully guaranteed, according to a source. Keep in mind, and we're going to talk to John McMullen, scheduled for 3 o'clock. John texted me and said, look, it's a crazy day. He's going to try to jump on at 3 o'clock. Who are now some of the names that the Eagles can turn their attention to in the trade and free agent market? 2 names have really popped up. One, Bradley Chubb. The other one, Boye Mafe. They're 2 names I keep hearing a lot about. The other one is in a trade. Jonathan Grenard. He is the Minnesota Viking guy. The one thing I have a problem with Grenard, very good player, missed a lot of time with injury this past year, had a shoulder problem that caused him to miss a lot of games. So Grenard, Chubb, Mafe are 3 names that we keep hearing that the Eagles could kind of turn their attention to. And keep in mind, Bradley Chubb is cut, so he would be a guy that you could just go out there. You don't have to worry about compensatory situations with that one as well. And as played in Vic Fangio defense scheme, yes. So he would be another guy. But should the Eagles have paid Jaelan Phillips $30 million? There's no way.
Absolutely not. And
that would be ridiculous.
It's not because we don't like him or it's not because he's a bad player. It's because you don't play good players elite money. That's what the Raiders are doing. The Raiders are overpaying people right now to come to Vegas because they so desperately need to rebuild that team. They just gave Jalen Naylor a big contract. That's what teams that are desperate do. The Philadelphia Eagles are not a desperate team, Mike. The Philadelphia Eagles realize they have other options. There are other ways to get the job done.
Well, we'll see. Are they in a transition mode here because of all the things that are happening? How much did this kind of blindside them that they've lost Trayvon Walker? A lot of people watching on YouTube, and if you are on the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button if you are on the X platform. Hit the repost button if you're on X. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. We are live, of course, every day on YouTube, 97.3 ESPN, on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. You can be a part of the show there. On the text board, on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Mike, love this time of the year for the NFL. If we were passing Team Dotson, it would have been good. Anyway, excited to see what happens and your reactions. Any big, huge, massive moves coming in? Not yet. I mean, the one big, massive move, because it's not a skill player, is Lindenbaum, I guess, going to the Raiders. That's a sign that the Raiders maybe have some smart people finally working for them.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to get the flashy big-name receiver or running back, they went with the center, which is not a sexy signing, but it's the first sign that they're realizing we got to build up our offensive line.
Speaking of running back, what about Kenneth Walker going to the Chiefs?
Yeah, which is interesting because Kenneth Walker goes to the Chiefs, the MVP of the Super Bowl, about $14 million a year, a little bit over, is at the end for Vineland's Isaiah Pacheco as kind of the lead dog, I guess. That kind of signifies that maybe they're ready to move on from Isaiah in Kansas City and see, or maybe they use him in kind of a split role. I mean, Walker was used with Charbonnet, but you would think that if you're going to sign a guy to a $14 million deal, he would likely be the guy.
Primary, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what Pacheco's contractual situation is, so I'd have to find out, what his deal is. Is he, I want to see Kenneth Walker, by the way, 3-year, $43 million. It's a $28 million guarantee for Kenneth Walker III.
Pacheco is actually a free agent.
Okay, so that's why. Okay, so then Pacheco's a free agent, and then obviously we'll be keeping an eye on if anybody ends up signing him. All right, we got a lot out there, and we might not have hit on everything yet, but at this stage, you would keep an eye on 1, A.J. Brown, Jalen Carter. 2, who replaces Jaelan Phillips? If you're just tuning into the show, Jaelan Phillips has signed with the Carolina Panthers. He gets $30 million a year, so you cannot bring him back, obviously. You're going to have to replace him as an edge rusher. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Today, you're listening for our contest sounder, our famous sounder. When it goes off, it's your first day to enter for that Phillies bus trip to Baltimore to take on the Orioles. We're going to be doing our Phillies opening day watch party this year at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Listen for that contest sounder to go off. And if you're watching on YouTube and X, you have bonus chances to enter right now. Watch on YouTube and X to find out how you can enter by watching the show on YouTube and X, 97.3 ESPN. Listen all day long for that famous contest sounder to go off. Be the right caller. You are automatically entered. Plus, we'll be taking bonus entries throughout the day. And listen, today, I got tickets to go see the finals of the MAC Basketball Championship tomorrow night at Boardwalk Hall. I was there Saturday night for the 2 games. Awesome games. Both games went down to literally the last possession. Good crowd on hand Saturday night. I was there for the 6 o'clock and the 8:30 game. 2 good crowds, both games. Really awesome venue, as always. So we'll give you details on that. But if you're watching on X and YouTube, bonus chance right now to enter. Listen for the sounder if you're listening on the radio. It's the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:32. The NFL free agent period opens today. By the way, Mike Evans, he is out of Tampa. You're going to have to deal with him now in San Francisco. 3 years for Mike Evans to the San Francisco 49ers. Mike Evans out of Tampa in San Francisco. And now the 49ers have a new offensive weapon. Free agent frenzy is underway. Hey, we got some people texting in the word if you're watching on YouTube to enter. So we'll contact those people. Listen for the sounder for that bus trip to Philadelphia, Baltimore, down in Baltimore at Camden Yards. We'll be live at the Anchorage in Summers Point. The Panthers agree to a new deal with Jaelan Phillips, 4 years, $120. So the Eagles need a new edge rusher. By the way, over the weekend, Jordan Davis got a 3-year, $78 million extension to stay in Philadelphia. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com is here. The Giants got Isaiah Likely. They lose Wan'Dale Robinson. It's that time of the year, Mike. Everybody feels like, what a great deal, what a perfect deal, but $30 million for Jaelan Phillips. I can't endorse that deal. That's a good move by Howie Roseman, letting him walk for that money, right?
Yeah, hard to pay a guy that amount of money. And, Mike, what I think you're seeing here is the beginning of a very interesting transition for the Philadelphia Eagles, right? The past few years, the Eagles have featured, for the most part, their highest-paying guys have been on the offensive side of the ball, and their defensive side of the ball has mostly featured rookies and younger players who don't make quite as much. Well, now you're starting to see the transition, right? You're going to start seeing the defensive guys starting to get paid and the offensive side of the football becoming younger for the Philadelphia Eagles. It's just the way the system is set up. It's not the 1970s anymore where you can be the Pittsburgh Steelers and basically keep 15 Hall of Famers on your roster for 6 years.
Well, one of the guys over the weekend was A.J. Brown. I don't know where, in your mind, that even sits right now. Was he going to get traded? It seems like things have stalled. Now we're back to Monday, and then there's some reports that obviously, post June 1st. I mean, what do you make of this A.J. Brown thing as we sit here on Monday?
Yeah, again, Mike, I'm just confused by the whole situation. Does he want to be traded? Does he not want to be traded? Do the Eagles want to trade him? Do they not want to trade him? Everybody seems to be headed down a path where a trade is going to happen or something's going to happen where he's not on the team next year. But it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Big cap differences after June 1st. And again, I come back to the question, if A.J. Brown is not on the team, who is playing wide receiver for the Philadelphia Eagles next year?
Well, it's not Johnson. He just went to the Falcons, and obviously the Eagles, when they lose Jaelan Phillips, Mike, this is like last year. When they lost Milton Williams and Josh Sweat, it's like, look, you just can't pay that kind of money.
Right.
But when the Eagles went out and got Jaelan Phillips, they told you, hey, Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith are not good enough. We need something better. So they're going to have to replace him. It's just the market for these guys is getting outrageous.
Yeah, he plays one of the key positions, one of the positions that gets paid, right? Who gets paid? Quarterbacks, edge rushers, left tackles, and cornerbacks. Those are the four guys that get paid on your roster. Now, again, the Eagles, Howie making a calculated gamble, right? I agree with you. I wouldn't have paid Phillips that money either. But again, you got to replace them. And where do they go to find another edge rusher? Do they make a trade? Do they sign a free agent? Or, is it in the draft? Again, fascinating because now you kind of see, Mike, if they trade A.J. Brown too, now you got to get an edge rusher. You got to get a wide receiver. You're starting to get a pretty big laundry list of positions you got to restock or refortify here. And interesting off season for the Eagles. I just think it's the nature of what the salary cap system is supposed to do in the NFL. It's supposed to, give everybody a shot and prevent teams from becoming dynasties. And I think you're seeing it right now with the Eagles. The cap is starting to get to them. They can't keep everybody.
That's true, and it's interesting the amount of money because I tweeted out about 2.5 weeks ago. It kind of hit me like, hey, you can't pay everyone. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Jordan Davis, Mike, over the weekend got a $78 million extension, and then there were some reports that teams started calling on Jalen Carter. Well, back on February 18th, I said, don't be surprised if you have to trade Jalen Carter. And I guess it's if Jordan Davis got paid and everybody else is getting paid, Jalen Carter's going to say, well, what about me? He's extension eligible now. Do the Philadelphia Eagles say, listen, we won a Super Bowl with this guy. He's been hurt. He's got this shoulder problem. Maybe he's the guy we end up trading because we just don't trust giving him $30 to $35 million.
Yeah, interesting situation there because, Mike, if he ever gets to free agency, some team is going to pay him that amount of money. So I think the Eagles have two options. Basically, either trade him or try to sign him now to a more, team-friendly deal, like give him some money and maybe extend the years and not have the amount because you see that once these guys go on the open market, they are getting paid. Somebody, I guarantee it, will come in and blow the Eagles out of the water for Jalen Carter. So, again, interesting situation with the Eagles. Hey, it's a nice problem to have, Mike, right? You got a lot of talented players, and you got to decide which ones that you have to pay and which ones you're going to let walk. It's a nice problem to have, but it's almost, the cost of being successful in the NFL today. And I think the questions around Jalen Carter are interesting, because I think when he plays, he's a big part of why that defense is so successful. So kind of walking away from him or trading him, boy, that would give me pause a little bit.
Yeah, I do. I can see, though, Mike, the justification of we can't pay everyone. Is this guy a guy we can trust if we give him $30 to $40 million? I mean, and you're seeing how much, $78 million for Jordan Davis, a 3-year extension. So he's going to be here this year on the last year of his 5th-year option and then 3 more years after that. If you're Jalen Carter and you're saying you just gave him $78 million, well, now I want my money, and the Eagles are going to say, well, you're going to have to wait a year. We're going to see it. Like that kind of then opens the same conversation as the A.J. Brown stuff, right? And do the Eagles want to go through that with a guy that's had some immaturity issues?
Yeah, and that's the perfect point there. If you're going to pay somebody that money, that's a big investment. And to me, when the Eagles kind of hesitate to pay him and you see his name come up in trade talks, the first thing I think of is the off-the-field stuff. Maybe as talented as he is on the field, he's unreliable, or they feel like they can't rely on him as much off the field. So that is an interesting question. And, hey, if they had to choose between Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, they chose Davis, I would guess in part because they feel better about giving him a boatload of money based on his track record. But I think, again, it's the off-the-field stuff matters. When you're committing to a player like that, you want to make sure that you're not wasting any of this money because it's a ton of money in a cap league. And if you miss on one of these guys, if you give $70 million to a guy who blows up either on the field or off the field, it can set your franchise back for a couple of seasons.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Wan'Dale Robinson, the Giant, he goes to Tennessee. Isaiah Likely, though, he is now a tight end. He knows Harbaugh. He comes from Baltimore. He goes to the Giants. Do you like the first move that the Giants make in free agency?
Yeah, I like the move, and I like the fact that he's a Harbaugh guy, right? That's what, that's why you hire Harbaugh, to get his guys in there. I remember when the Giants, when Bill Parcells coached the Giants, they would always talk about Parcells guys, and there were guys that would follow Bill Parcells from the Giants to the Patriots to the Jets. Curtis Martin, the running back, Pepper Johnson, the linebacker. So that's why the Giants hired the adult in the room, Harbaugh, to come in and get guys like Likely who are used to winning, who know what it takes to win. That's what the Giants needed. The Giants have some talented players. They have some talented younger players. They can let Wan'Dale Robinson walk. That's fine. They're going to get Neighbors back this season, the LSU kid from the knee injury. What they needed was players to set a tone, to set a culture, to show you how to win. That's why you hire Harbaugh, and so Harbaugh can bring in his guys 100% behind what the Giants did today. I think it's a great first start for them.
All right, so far the NFC East has been somewhat quiet. Washington, Philadelphia, the Giants and Dallas. We'll keep an eye on that. The Giants have signed Isaiah Likely. They lost Wan'Dale Robinson. Philadelphia has signed nobody. They have lost 2 players, Jahan Dotson, Jaelan Phillips, obviously the big one. He goes to Carolina. There is one minor deal. The Eagles re-signed Michael Carter. People would forget that they actually traded for Carter, and now they restructure his deal. By the way, Mike Evans, he's going to the 49ers. This is one of those deals where it's either he's the old guy and starts to hit the decline quickly, or the 49ers just got something that puts them over the top.
Yeah, a boom or bust type of move, right? I mean, I can see Mike Evans catching, 10, 12 touchdown passes and watching the 49ers play in that late 425 window and Mike Evans making a great catch to beat the Rams or something like that. I can also see drafting Mike Evans for my fantasy football team and in week 2 having him tear a hamstring and be out for the whole season. So if you told me both scenarios, I would believe either one with the Mike Evans signing.
All right, last one for Mike McGarry. You talk about any scenario. Obviously tonight the Sixers will play the Cavs. No Joel Embiid, no Paul George. Tyrese Maxey will now miss the next 2 games at least. And now we have found out that VJ Edgecombe will not play. You've been watching the high school basketball playoffs. Can anybody bring the ball up for the Sixers tonight from Middle Township or Atlantic City, maybe Ocean City?
Possibly. Get Dean Lappin from Ocean City. The Ocean City point guard had a great game on Saturday night as Ocean City won its back-to-back South Jersey titles. And you mentioned the Middle Township boys were able to handle Camden's pressure defense. Camden's pressure defense might break the Sixers if they were playing the Sixers tonight with this, with this Sixers lineup, Mike. Woo. I just think, boy, it's easy to fall quick in that East. I think I looked today. The Sixers are 8th. I think they're going to be safely in the play-in round of the tournament. But, to me, Mike, and I just think every day, every time you have one of the injuries, I get closer and closer to the feeling that, hey, this isn't going to ever work for the 76ers, and maybe it's time to sort of blow it up and head in a different direction. What do you say? The Process Part 2 or the sequel. It might be time to
well, I think a lot of people are willing to go
movie together.
I think a lot of people are willing to go down the road. The problem is trying to move Joel Embiid. No one is willing to take that deal on, and I would be pretty surprised if anybody's willing to trade for Paul George as well. So even if you want to blow it up, easier said than done.
Absolutely. And that's what makes this situation. So, I mean, the word that I would use to describe the Philadelphia 76ers, and I put it in a basketball connotation, is just depressing. When you look at their cap situation, you look at the injury history, you look at the future, you look at how things kind of played out this season, boy, it's hard to invest in this franchise because they seem to be literally on that road to nowhere or that road that just goes in circles. They seem to be on a racetrack just going around in circles rather than, moving north or south. So, yeah, I don't know what the answer is to the 76ers. You pointed out Embiid and Paul George there. But here's what I do know. It's a little depressing kind of looking at them and thinking about their future.
No doubt. By the way, they are currently 7 games up on Milwaukee, who is the 11 seed. So the play-in looks pretty solid right now. But a nice 4 to 5, 6-game losing streak could change that pretty quickly. They play Cleveland tonight, Memphis tomorrow, and Detroit on Thursday night. You can listen to those games right here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry, the high school basketball playoffs continuing and everything else that is happening. It is a busy time. I didn't see you Saturday night at Boardwalk Hall, man.
Yeah, I was out Saturday. I was doing high school games. I watched the Wildwood girls win a South Jersey title in the morning. The Ocean City boys win a South Jersey title in the evening. But I am headed to Boardwalk Hall tonight for the women's final. That's a great game. Fairfield and Quinnipiac, the top 2 seeds in the MAC conference. And tomorrow night at the MAC, you have 2 of the best young coaches in the country in Joe Gallo of Merrimack and Jerry McNamara of Siena playing for the MAC championship. And Jerry McNamara is a guy, of course, a former Syracuse University basketball star. You could see him actually coaching the Orange Men next year. So I think the MAC really has a pair of compelling matchups for their title games at Boardwalk Hall Monday and Tuesday. And I've said it all week. If you like basketball and you're a local person in the Atlantic City area, do yourself a favor and get over to the MAC. It's a great setting. The basketball is great. The atmosphere is tremendous. It's really an event worth attending and enjoying.
I was there Saturday night, enjoyed it thoroughly. 2 great games, good atmosphere. I was happy with the crowd on Saturday night, and we look forward to see what happens on Tuesday. That's a 9 o'clock tip for the men's final on Tuesday night. A little late for the TV.
Yeah, a little late.
Out
Little late for attendance on a Tuesday night, but I guess the trade-off is that they're getting their own window on ESPN2. And that sells Atlantic City across the country and the tournament across the country. But as you said, it'll be interesting to see 9 o'clock on a Tuesday. I admit that's a tough tip time for the local crowd to get out there.
All right, Mike McGarry's got the coverage at pressofatlanticcity.com. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Michael.
All right, there he is. Mike McGarry, everybody. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And if you are watching the show live on the X platform or on YouTube, you get bonus chances to enter to win that trip to go see the Phillies play in Baltimore. That sounder is coming up this hour on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Listen for that. More Sports Bash is on the way right here on 97.3 ESPN. And there is the famous contest sounder. It is your first chance to enter to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards right now. Caller number 7, 609 573 3776. Caller 7, you are entered to win a trip to see the Phillies in Baltimore on Friday, July 31st. You'll win a pair of tickets to the game, round trip transportation. The Sports Bash will be live at the Anchorage in Summers Point for a Phillies watch party on opening day, March the 26th. Come on out and see us live. Wear your Phillies gear. Phillies opening day watch party at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Be caller 7 right now, 609 573 3776. Good luck. All right, hour 2 of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour is brought to you by our friends at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, cooling, and air conditioning. Of course, John McMullen, free agency kind of underway legally on Wednesday, illegally today, but things are happening, and the Eagles have already been hit. We're going to get into it right now. John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. What we do know as things begin is that Jaelan Phillips will be in Carolina, and he's getting paid, John McMullen. This is the second year in a row that you're like, hey, I'd like to bring a guy back, but I just cannot justify the money. Does this fit into that category for the second year in a row for Philadelphia? Phillips, $30 million per to go to Carolina.
Yeah, it definitely does. That was their top priority in free agency. Howie was honest about that, and they were hoping to get Jaelan Phillips done. $30 million average annual value. That's a lot of money for a guy who hasn't produced the number of sacks, which everybody is obviously so enamored with of the other guys in that price range. So tough decision. Eagles had a walk-away number. We don't know what that was, but you mentioned second straight year. It was Carolina last year who put Milton Williams out of the Eagles' range, but ultimately New England came in and outbid them. So it was 2 years in a row for Carolina. But, that's a lot of money for Jaelan Phillips. And now the Eagles have to pivot. They certainly have to get an edge rusher. You start thinking about maybe the trade market and Jonathan Grenard. You start thinking about Bradley Chubb as maybe a cheaper version of Jaelan Phillips being with Vic Fangio in Miami, a little bit older. So that's free agency, though. You have to pivot quickly.
Yeah, I mean, $30 million, I can't condone signing that deal if I'm Philadelphia, so you got to you got to move on there. But what are they losing in Jaelan Phillips? And as you mentioned, you start to target other options here. Last year, they lost Josh Sweat and really didn't replace him. It wasn't until the trade deadline that they said, we're not good enough. We've got to go out and get Jaelan Phillips. Do they try that again, or do they have to get somebody in here that's, a veteran player, or do you turn your attention to the draft and say, hey, Alex Hunt, hopefully he kind of takes that next step?
No, I don't think you can count on that. And certainly you can't count on number 23 overall as being a difference-making edge guy, at least early on. So I do think they'll be focused on finding a more proven commodity. You mentioned they went without it after losing Josh Sweat. Well, not by design. I mean, they were trying to add guys as late as August when they were trying to convince the Cowboys to send them Micah Parsons. So they were trying that entire time and eventually pulled it off at the trade deadline with Jaelan Phillips to get an improvement. I don't think they want to go through that again. I think they want a centerpiece to this edge rush. That's why Jaelan Phillips was the priority, and I think they'll shift to another veteran player as the priority.
John, obviously you lose Phillips, you have to replenish that. Defensively, though, they were very good last year. They're going to have to put a lot of focus on that side of the ball, though, right? Do you anticipate that they will focus and have a new look on that defensive side of the ball? Last year you're so good there, but, you lose Phillips, all of a sudden he's gone. You're probably going to need a new corner, most likely going to need a new safety in that spot there. So is that what you anticipate Howie kind of looking at, or do you think they bring back a lot of the guys and there's not a whole lot of new faces on defense?
No, I mean, draft-wise, I think it's almost going to be, almost has to be offense just from the larger look. I think people get too focused on the immediacy, how he knows what's coming as far as extensions, to the point he mentioned. They have so many good young defensive players, they're not going to be able to keep them all. They just lost one today. They might lose some more. A little bit surprised that Nakobe and Reed are hanging out there so long. Jahan Dotson is gone. I wouldn't expected him to go before then. So maybe the market isn't quite what they thought. Maybe they can turn and bring at least one of those two back, but we'll see how that shakes out. But no, I mean, overall, if you look at it in 3-year increments, which is what Howie has to do, I mean, you know, you can talk about Jalen Carter, that number, Moro Ojomo, if they, you know, there's been some trade stuff with Jalen Carter. I don't know how real that is, but either way, Moro Ojomo is going to cost a ton of money. Quinyon Mitchell, you just saw what Trent McDuffie got. Well, guess what? That's his range, $30 million a year. Cooper DeJean's going to be right under that. On and on and on. They have these big contracts coming on the defensive side of the ball, and you just mentioned Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt up front. So, yeah, I mean, no, they have to start repopulating the offense more than the defense.
So, John, let's talk about some of the stories that we're probably going to be hearing more about as things kind of close down. A.J. Brown, obviously, it was happening, then it stalled. All right, where are we with A.J. Brown in your mind as free agency is now open, things have kind of moved here?
Well, I don't think he's going to go in this window. Who knows? With Alec Pierce going back to Indy, maybe the Patriots get desperate and kick-start it again. But right now it's looking like he's not going to go in this window. But what this told you is, look, no matter what the Eagles are saying, they're trying to move him. So to me, at this stage, it's not if, it's when they're going to move him. And there's certain windows in the year. This is one of them. Before the draft will be another.
I was going to say, does this window right now, John, make them? Because obviously there's a cap hit situation, all that stuff. So does this window actually make the most sense?
No, it doesn't. Exactly. It never made the most sense from a business standpoint because the cap number is too difficult to deal with, and that's one of the reasons. If there were no cap issues, he'd be gone. Make no mistake about it. I mean, that's the only reason he's here. And you've heard some of the stories coming about Howie trying to be creative and trying to do sort of the first sort of two-way deal to agree to the deal now, but don't officially trade the player till after June 1st. And obviously everybody balks at that. That's not how trades are typically done. So, I mean, if it says anything to anybody, look, this is going to happen. It's just a matter of when, as I said, it's going to happen.
So you're anticipating AJ getting traded at some point. We don't know when. All right, so that's that. The Jalen Carter stuff, does that make any sense to you, or is that just kind of like roll your eyes?
Well, the Micah Parsons stuff, I mean, that's a generational player in the Eagles' minds, and that's sort of set aside. So, whether you believe the Max Crosby stuff or not, and I don't think it's real because simply from Las Vegas' side, they're not ready for a player like Jalen. They want draft picks. They're completely rebuilding that team under a new GM and a new head coach. And they don't want veteran players. They want that draft capital. So I don't believe it was real from that standpoint. But I think if you think about it from this way, would you rather have Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, or would you rather have Jordan Davis, Moro Ojomo, and the draft and the draft capital you can get for Jalen Carter? That's an interesting conversation because you're also not paying the guy $35 or whatever $1 million. That becomes a more interesting conversation. Ultimately, I think they'll still extend him, but I mean, I would debate that. Would you debate that?
Well, and listen, I tweeted out about 2 to 3 weeks ago that you can't pay everybody. Quinyon, Cooper, Jordan, at some point, somebody can't be here. And keep in mind, they wanted to pay Jaelan Phillips to come back. Now, Phillips is gone. That might change it. But my question, and you would know this more than me, is maybe the Eagles just say, I don't know if I trust giving him $35 million. We've already won a Super Bowl with him. He's got this shoulder problem. Hey, we won our Super Bowl with the guy we drafted. Bygones, and we move on because we can get a haul for him? Or do they view him as an untouchable piece that they just can't let walk? I guess that's where the tightrope is.
Well, certainly not untouchable because they would have already traded him if they could have gotten Micah Parsons. So, I mean, that's completely true. So, now again, that's from the Eagles' perspective, and I know because he was with the Cowboys for a long time, fans don't like to hear this, but I'm talking from an Eagles' perspective. That's how much they like Micah Parsons. They would have traded him. So by definition, he's not untouchable. Now, again, there aren't many Micah Parsons. Maybe the only other one would be Myles Garrett. So, is that untouchable? I don't think it is, but it depends on your definition, I guess.
Well, and listen, the question that is really the big one is how much trust do the Eagles have in Jalen Carter to pay that kind of money? And where is Carter's mind now that he sees all these guys making money, especially his guy right next to him? You gave him $78 million. Well, when's it my turn? If the Eagles wait until next offseason, now you're in another land where he could get the free agency. So, you are allowing for conversation to begin here.
Well, I mean, he's got to be smart enough to understand that Jordan Davis is farther along than he is. So Jordan Davis was entering his fifth-year option.
Right, but isn't Carter he is eligible for an extension, correct?
He is, but he's in the third year, whereas Jordan was in the fourth year, and they picked up the fifth-year option, and he was scheduled to play under it. So they could kick the can down the road. They will. They'll pick up Jalen Carter's option and maybe not discuss the extension until after next season, where his fifth-year option is much more expensive than Jordan Davis's, $27+ million to $13 million. So they can kick the can down the road for one more year as far as the extension, but he is eligible. But I don't think you look at it like Jordan Davis got there first because Jordan Davis had to wait longer than Jalen Carter is waiting right now.
Well, I'll tell you what. Would you be shocked then if they ended up trading, if they got an offer that they could not refuse?
No, I wouldn't be shocked at all. If they got the two first-round pick offer, which I don't think they will for some of the reasons you talked about, mainly the shoulders. But they prefer him to be a little bit more mature. There were some conditioning questions, but those were, I think tied to the shoulder issues. He couldn't lift weights at one point. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in bad shape when it came to those shoulders. And obviously he had the therapy, the PRP therapy, and, that seems like I don't say fly by night, but it certainly doesn't bring you a lot of confidence to say that, he's going to be the same guy. You're going to have to see it, and I think that's one of the reasons the Eagles will wait on that extension and kick the can down the road at least 1 year.
All right, John McMullen's with us here. Jahan Dotson goes. Obviously, Dotson was not a huge factor in this team. He had a nice little playoff run, had a big catch in the playoff run to the Super Bowl. That can't be forgotten. However, he did not really do much. I mean, especially when they got him for a third-round pick, you're thinking, oh, man, you got this guy who was a first-round pick, and Washington didn't know what they were doing. It didn't really work out here either. I guess the question would be, do the Eagles focus this offseason, now the A.J. Brown thing still looms, on finding that true kind of slot number 3 receiver?
Well, you have to find a third receiver.
But the third guy, they have never really had that real slot guy. It's like a guy cosplaying as a third receiver. You got Johnny Wilson because he's a blocker, or you've got Dotson because he was a first-round pick, and they just really haven't had the real slot guy, it seems like.
Well, I think Jahan Dotson would have been fine if you had a different style of offense. That's the question. In the Eagles' offense, the way they had been playing it, just not going to have the traffic people want to see. They can't even get the ball to A.J. Brown enough, so why are they going to get it to their third receiver? It's just not feasible. I mean, they're not a high octane passing offense. So, I always looked at that and said, well, you're not going to have a slot guy who's going to catch 50, 60 passes. They just don't do that. They don't throw the ball that. They want to throw the ball 25 times a game, and you had A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. So that doesn't leave a lot of traffic for the third receiver, and that's why Jahan Dotson is out. He wanted a bigger opportunity. He's probably going to get it in Atlanta. We'll see how he does. He got a pretty decent deal considering he didn't do much because people recognize he's got some talent. But he wasn't going to get the opportunity here, so he moved on.
Yeah, and obviously we'll see what happens with AJ because they might need an upgrade over a third receiver and might need a solid number two. Is that guy? Keep in mind, Romeo Doubs was with Sean Mannion in Green Bay. You lose there, that could be someone to keep an eye on. But we'll see if somebody moves fast and furious. Dallas Goedert still here. Reed Blankenship still here. John, you just kind of mentioned they haven't signed anywhere, so maybe things change. What do you think about Nakobe Dean? There's some interesting stuff about Nakobe Dean out there. I mean, hey, do they look at Jahad Campbell differently now going into training camp? Do they want to keep Dean here? What is your take on Dean?
Well, I mean, I think everybody likes Nakobe. I think he's a great teammate, great leader, good player, tremendous recovery from an injury that used to be a death sentence in the NFL. But, I mean, that's the reality of the situation they're in. They have the linebackers an all-pro making $15 million a year, and you took you used the 31st pick on an off-ball linebacker. So, you're not going to sit him for 2 years. So you have the heir apparent in-house. Jahad Campbell's going to take over, and ultimately Nakobe will choose where he wants to go. I think a lot of Eagles fans hope that isn't Dallas. It might be. But, you tip your cap to the guy. There's nothing bad you can say about Nakobe Dean other than, he had two significant injuries. And, one of the reasons they drafted Jahad Campbell was because they had no idea when or if Nakobe would be back from that injury. So, but now, and I think people forget how good Jahad was in the first 6-7 games of the season. He was on line to be NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. That's how well he was playing. So I wouldn't worry about that position too much.
Yeah, and I know that Dean, as you mentioned, very popular guy. The one question I guess would be, do you foreshadow Bond and his future, and when, did he play up to standards? They look at that deal next offseason. Would you rather have Campbell and Dean here, and then Bond's the guy? I mean, you got to keep that kind of stuff into mind as well.
Yeah, I don't know these people, Mike. I know what the Eagles think of Zach Bond. They weren't upset at the way he played. I mean, if you look at the year prior when he was, in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation, I think he finished fourth in the voting. I mean, was it up to that level? No, but he was one of the best linebackers in the NFL. So there's not a lot of wear on his tire because he didn't play that much in New Orleans. So, I think the Eagles are very, very happy with Zach Bond.
Good stuff. All right, John, what are you keeping an eye on next? What's a high priority thing for you?
Well, you want to see which way the Eagles pivot because, Jaelan Phillips was their top priority in free agency. They thought they were going to get the deal done. You saw all the reports last night and this morning that everybody was confident it was going to get done, and then you wait, and noon comes, and you say, uh-oh. And once you're able to get offers and somebody comes in with $30 million, which is one of the largest non-quarterback contracts in free agency history, things change pretty quickly.
Real quick, I didn't even ask you, what did you think of the Jordan Davis deal? Were you whoa or well-deserved?
Well, a little bit surprised only because to this stage of his career, he hasn't been a three-down player, and that's a contract that, is telling you basically that the Eagles think he's a 3-down player. So what is the second part of that? Well, that means that one of the other two has to go. And I think, that sort of plays into the Jalen Carter talk, because just the conversation I had with you before. Well, it's easy to say, well, you keep Carter and Davis and you let Morrow walk. But that's not the conversation. The conversation is Carter and Davis, or Davis and a Jomo, plus what you get for Jalen Carter in a potential trade.
Right.
And that's a much more interesting conversation.
Yes. All right, man. Well, little interesting so far. Jaelan Phillips, I agree. You just couldn't pay that kind of money for it. Jaelan Phillips. Much like Milton Williams last year, it's like you wanted to bring him back, but $25 million. This is I don't know which one's more egregious. 30 for Phillips or 20. I mean, Milton played well, but still.
Well, Milton, they're not worried about what they paid Milton after the season he had. So we'll see. I'm with you. I don't think. But you see this so much in free agency, Mike. These guys sign these massive contracts and then they're cut 2 years later because they don't live up to the expectations. That's what I think will happen to Jaelan Phillips. But I thought that would happen to Milton Williams, and he was great. He
in
knocked it out of the park.
hindsight, should the Eagles have thought about keeping Sweat?
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
Josh is a little bit older, and again, if you look at where they're going, remember and I get everybody gets hyper focused on today and the immediacy of free agency in 2026, but again, it's about 3 years, and they're looking at the big picture and who they're going to have to pay and what they're going to have to pay them over the next couple of years, and they're setting up their ducks so they can keep as many as possible. Now, the problem is one of the ducks they set up to keep was Jaelan Phillips, and they weren't able to get it done.
Real quick, what do you know about this Michael Carter? Is he coming back? They traded for him with the Jets. I don't think anybody remembered that because he essentially didn't do anything. But does that kind of tell you, like, hey, now that he's here for a full offseason, like, do they look at him as a guy who could start and help them maybe at safety?
Well, I still think the goal is to get, a starting level safety, but, I do think they look at the depth and that he can play both. He at one time, the reason he had the contract is he was considered one of the better slot players in this league. So he can back up there and at effective rates, and you hope Cooper doesn't go down, obviously. And then he can also back up at safety. And those are somewhat mirrored positions, as Vic would say, in his defense. So he's got a lot of versatility. He's a high-level backup. But I don't think he's, they're penciling him to be the starter opposite Drew Makuba. But if worse comes to worse, you could probably do worse because it's a veteran guy who knows how to play.
All right, so Michael Carter getting a restructured deal. He was the guy they traded for from the Jets last year, and then you really didn't hear about him at all. And he is back, and that saves them a bunch of money on the cap. We'll see what happens there. We'll see what happens with everything. At J.F. McMullen for more. Malik Willis, $45 million. Kenneth Walker gets $14 million. The money is moving, and we are keeping an eye on it. John has more tomorrow on Birds 365 and all his Eagles coverage at Sports Illustrated. Johnny Mac, thanks, man.
All right, thanks, Mike.
There he is, John McMullen, everybody. And, of course, all throughout free agency, John is on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, when we come back, we got today's Nuggets. Earnshaw's in the house. What free agent Nuggets? You got Travis Kelce, by the way. Looks like he's going to go back to the Chiefs. Trent McDuffie signed that big deal over the weekend. Kenneth Walker, he's going to the Chiefs. So the Chiefs restocking to try to get back in the playoff fold. We're restocking here. Hey, I want to give a congratulations. Our first qualifier, Brian in EHT. Brian in EHT was caller 7. And Brian, you have a chance to win tickets to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards in Baltimore this summer. It's our Phillies opening day watch party, and everybody has a chance to win. Listen for that sounder to go off and watch the show live on YouTube and X. You have bonus chances if you're watching the show live. We've already signed people up who are watching the show on the YouTube channel. So if you're on YouTube watching, you have bonus chances to enter, and we want to congratulate Jeff in Ocean City. He was one of the guys who watched the show and figured out how to enter to win tickets to go see the Phillies and the Orioles on Friday, July 31st. So you want bonus chances to enter right now? Watch the show on the YouTube channel, 97.3 ESPN, or on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Nuggets next. when I hear the March Madness is coming, it just gets me hyped up. I'm ready to go. March Madness next week. The madness begins. You know, when I went to the MAC Saturday, that got me going. Just watching those kids playing their hearts out. You know, the best college basketball tournaments are the mid-majors. The big tournaments, those tournaments stink. Those teams know they're getting in. The only time they're good is if you end up getting someone that makes a crazy run that wasn't going to get in, and then they, like, disrupt everything. But for the most part, everybody knows who's getting in, getting out, maybe a couple bubble teams. There's only one team getting in. It's either Merrimack or Siena tonight. And it's actually tomorrow night. And we'll have tickets to give away later on in the show. Earnshaw's here with the Nuggets. Now, I was at the Boardwalk Hall Saturday night. Great crowd. I wouldn't say great crowd. Good crowd. Good crowd. I don't want to mislead the people. It was a good crowd. None of the crowds are great because to get a great crowd, you'd have to basically, for me anyway, probably either like a sellout would be awesome. You're not going to get that. But I feel like they got to stop selling tickets in the upper level. That's number one. Stop selling tickets in the upper level. Just have everybody sit in the bottom bowl, and that place will be loud, and it'll look great. They got people sitting up in the top, and, you know, there's not a lot of people buying tickets up there, so it looks like you got like random people up there. Bring everybody down to the lower bowls, and it'll be a great crowd.
Yeah, if it's everyone's down at the lower bowls, it'll make it louder. You're more engaged. It's, you can't have people all the way up top just hanging out. You know what I mean? Like, bring everybody down. Say, you know what? You get a ticket, just go as close as you possibly can. Fill it all in at the bottom. They do that for WWE all the time.
No, and listen, I agree because, like, I went Saturday night, and it was a good crowd. Again, the two sides, like from basket to basket, are pretty full in the bottom bowl. But then you got some random people sitting up top. And I don't know what the difference in prices are, but listen, let's stop selling the upper bowl. You're never going to fill that. And concentrate on filling those two lower bowls from basket to basket and get that place full and rocking. I mean, I'll give Marist. Marist seemed to bring the biggest crowd. I think they had the biggest crowd with them. Siena is playing Merrimack tomorrow night for the championship. Now, Merrimack has never been to the NCAA tournament. They just moved up to Division I, I believe, recently, and they are the number one seed. Generally, the number one seed has not won the MAC championship. Siena, which is, I think, the 4 or 5 seed, so it'll be a good game. I saw Siena play. I did not see Merrimack play. So I'm looking. It's 9 o'clock though. I got to be honest. It's not their fault. It's for television,
right?
So I don't want to say, "Hey, whose fault is this?" ESPN has the game, and they told them the game's going to be at 9 o'clock. That's what time your television is. But that's my point. I don't know that you're going to get a great crowd at 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. So whoever's there, you want them in that lower bowl so it looks good on TV.
Now, are you going to go tomorrow? Are you going to try and get over there or no?
That's going to be a game time decision for me to see how much energy I have in the tank. If you go, I'll go.
Oh, I'll see how much energy I have in the tank too tomorrow night. I might have a conflict anyway, but I haven't been able to get down there this year. It looked like a great time. I saw all the pictures you were posting throughout the weekend. Looked awesome. I love the MAC tournament. The MAC tournament have gone probably the last 2-3 years. I've gone to the MAC tournament. It's always a lot of fun. Like college hoops, and you're right, because it's the smaller schools, the smaller division, right? The MAC. Oh, it's just a lot of fun because only one team usually gets in from it. You're not going to have any other.
Always. There's only one team getting in.
I know. Like, so whoever wins, they're in. You're not getting any other bids in there, is what I'm saying. So that's why every game is down to the wire. They're close, and they're competitive, and they're energetic. And you get a good crowd, you bring everybody down, it's even better.
Listen, both games I went to Saturday night, first one came down to the last possession Literally, the last second shot, he missed it, and it was a 1-point game. The game last night, 58-57 final. Siena moved on. And the second game I went to on Saturday night came down to, like, literally the last 10 seconds. I think the game ended up being a 4-point game, but it came down to the last possession. The guy missed. They get a rebound, hit 2 free throws to make it boom. But I saw 2 great games. And, again, 2 good crowds. Not great crowds, but good crowds.
Now, the one thing that I couldn't get last year, I don't know, did you go to the shop? Did you find the shop, the table with the T-shirts and all that? Any quarter zips this year?
Nope. And same thing I said. They got the T-shirts, they got the hoodies, and I see the guys on the sideline. They're wearing the quarter zips.
Yeah.
I'm like, where are those quarter zips? I'll get one of those. They're not for sale. I don't see them.
They got to bring out the quarter zip, man.
I got another complaint.
Oh.
No IPA. Not one IPA on the whole concourse. I walked all the way around.
I've done the walk.
One side to the other. And I looked at every single stop. Not one. Not one.
Ah, it's a shame. That's a shame because, you need your IPA.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a handful of people in the crowd that were interested in one.
I'm sure. Listen, I've been trying to get a quarter zip there for 4 years. It's just, hasn't happened.
I'm saying, I walked up. I walked all the way around. I said, oh, there's the merch table. Got a lot of stuff. Tees, long sleeves, hoodies, no quarter zip.
See, I would have probably went hoodie this year. I got the long sleeve, I believe, last year. Got the long sleeve, went long sleeve. I love the long sleeve. I'll do that, especially like a day like today. I'll roll up the sleeves a little bit. Cool. I'm rocking the quarter zip today, obviously. But the Mac workers, they got the real quarter zip with the Mac logo on it. I would rock that every day.
Yeah, I will say I'm not the biggest fan of the Mac logo.
It's not bad.
Well, it's
solid.
It's got too much. It's too big for me. It's got like the boardwalk hall. There's a lot going on there.
I like it. See, I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. All right.
I do, but I do like they have a navy blue quarter zip that I see a lot of the guys wearing. I get that one.
See, I need a selection. No, don't just give me one. Like I was having a lot of trouble this year at the Super Bowl. I was having a lot of trouble. They had a big selection of different quarter zips. I just went with the original one that we got last year, that we kind of started the trend with. I went with that one. The logo's a little big. It's got all the logos on there, the teams, etc. Mac, I would go that one. Go that route as well.
Good. All right. What else?
All right. That's good stuff. I'm glad everyone knows that our quarter zip flavor. All right. Moving along. Nugget number 1. Hey, it's a fun day. Free agency. Got the TV on in the office today, watching everything. McAfee. I saw Schefter's got a little place going. They had like Orlovsky out there. ESPN's coverage has been great. So I've been tuning into that. My phone's been blowing up with all these notifications. NFL Network, ESPN. It's one of those days. You enjoy it if you're a football fan. And the Eagles, haven't been too busy. Not a ton happening with the Birds. A lot of other moves being made. But the big one is Jaelan Phillips going to the Panthers. Mike, I didn't feel like he was going to come back. It felt like his market was going to be expensive. Not $30 million expensive with Carolina. Now, if you remember, Milton Williams, I believe, was in. They were trying to get Milton Williams. I think there was a report that even came out last year that they were trying to get defensive line help.
We just talked about that with McMullen.
Yeah, and it went totally the other way. So they said, let's just throw the entire bag at him. Let's throw it all at Phillips. But for a guy who really hasn't, played a lot of games, like he's been hurt. He hasn't had a definitive role. I mean, Miami was fine, had some good moments. Eagles wasn't here long enough. Like, he's got a lot of potential, but I don't think has lived up to it just yet. $30 million is a lot to give to a guy who's had that money.
There's not one part of me that would say I could pay $30 million for Jaelan Phillips.
No.
Now, I was in the camp where I wasn't even sure I wanted Jaelan Phillips to come back, and my other thought was, is there a cheaper option that's similar? The one thing with Phillips that you do have to give him credit for, if you're somebody who looks at sack numbers, you're not going to be happy. But 18.8 pressure rate.
Sure.
He is one of the top 5 in the league when it comes to pressuring the quarterback. Now, he doesn't always get the sack. That's what a lot of people care about. The other thing that Jaelan Phillips does that a lot of don't, he is a every down guy. He will play the run, and he's good at that. So you are going to lose that aspect of him. But for $30 million, I'm sorry. He had an Achilles injury. He's been hurt, and I just can't do it. Now, what are your options? I don't know. I mean, does this signify? Because here's what I do know. Last year, they started with Jalen Hunt and Nolan Smith. And I told you last year, Nolan Smith will get hurt. You can't trust him. And it seems that was the case. I like Nolan Smith. The problem is he's too small for my liking to be a stud edge guy. He's a flashy guy. Jalen Hunt got off to a slow start, started to pick it up later. He had that great run in the playoffs a couple of years ago. But can you come back into camp with those two guys as your best? The Eagles did it last year, and then they had to go get Jaelan Phillips. So that tells me that they have to be in play now for a defensive end. Now, can they go lesser than Jaelan Phillips? Or do they say, let's go get the main guy on the board? And by the way, safety Brian Cook is going to Cincinnati. He was a guy, a safety. The Eagles might need a safety if Reed Blankenship leaves. Cook is now out. He's a pretty good one. But are the Eagles now going to go above Phillips, maybe for Trey Hendrickson, or do they go below Phillips for like a Boye Mafe, or there's been some talk about Jonathan Grenard in a trade?
Right.
I don't know where they turn their attention to.
Yeah, I wonder if they turn their attention to the draft. Do they go draft a guy early in this year's draft, right? Use a first round pick, second round pick, whatever it may be, to replace Jaelan Phillips, right? You traded a pick to get him. You might now have to replace him with one of your draft picks this year. And they have a lot of decisions to make with where they want to go. Do they want to look towards the future and draft an offensive lineman? Do they want to go receiver? Do they want to go safety? And what are they going to use these top picks on this year? Because there's a multitude of ways to go, because you got to pay guys. Guys have gotten hurt. They need depth at certain positions. And what does the tight end position look like? So, looking at some of these other moves, Jahan Dotson signed a 2-year deal, $15 million to the Falcons, could go up to 17, $10 million guaranteed. He is now out the door. Where is Dallas Goedert going to end up? That's a huge question. What happens there? Remember the report just a week or two ago saying he probably won't be back. So,
one thing is, as McMullen pointed out too, Reed Blankenship and Goddard, you would think those two guys might have been quick. They're still available.
Yeah.
Does that lower the price, and do the Eagles now get back involved?
Right, because now you're not paying Jaelan Phillips. You don't have to worry about that. Remember, the Eagles were just under $14 million under the cap heading into this offseason. So you got the Michael Carter restructuring of the deal. So they might save a little money there. They're going to restructure other deals. We see Howie every single year restructuring guys' deals, turning money into bonuses. How Jeffrey Lurie's willing to pay that money. It's what happens with Dallas Goedert. Now, offensively, you lose Jahan Dotson. You trade A.J. Brown, and then you also lose Dallas Goedert. What are you left with on the offensive side? Who's Jalen throwing the ball to? Just Devontae? Just going to run it all with Saquon again?
I do think they like Darius Cooper. I definitely think he's a guy that they will
enough?
try to find a bigger role for. No, but I think he would probably replace Dotson as the third guy there. And then,
but he would be the second guy, Mike. Mike, if they trade AJ, I don't think they will trade AJ, but
as the slot guy, the third, the number 3 guy there, and then possibly you look at the draft. Keep in mind, you brought it up. I think it was you that brought it up. We had Romeo Doubs on at the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
He's a free agent and spoke glowingly about Sean Mannion.
Mm-hmm.
Could Sean Mannion be saying, hey, I got a great role for my offense. That guy Dobbs, let's get him in for a much cheaper price and go that route.
Yeah, I think Dobbs, that's why I brought him up on the Nuggets. What was that, last week or the week before? He would be a perfect fit, especially with Sean Mannion, the connection there. He'd be cheaper. It just, I can't see them losing Dallas Goedert and A.J. Brown and Jahan Dotson all in the same offseason. It just, I don't think A.J.'s getting traded. I really don't. I'm leaning that way. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to get enough for him. I really don't. I know the reports out there that the Patriots aren't willing to give a certain amount in draft capital to the I think it was a first round pick to the Eagles. The Eagles don't have to trade A.J. Brown. They don't have to. Howie can sit back and say, I'm good.
They don't have to, but as McMullen said, I mean, McMullen he's at the point where he didn't think he'd be traded. Now he's pretty surprised if he doesn't get traded with what happened this weekend. But I don't think, look, there's so many variables here. The post June 1st, do you hold on to him until after June 1st? But what's the market after June 1st? McMullen talked about, how Roseman tried to get a trade where they agree to the trade, but they don't actually make the trade until after June 1st. So that kind of tells you that the Eagles are cognizant of the cap hit situation.
Yeah, they have to be. And because that's a massive hit. You don't need a Tua Tagovailoa situation with the Miami Dolphins where they're going to take a $100 million cap hit. I think it was 99 to be exact. But that's ridiculous. A dead cap hit of $99 million? I mean, are you kidding me? You don't want to take a similar hit. It's not going to be up to that standard, but still going to be a lot of money. You don't want to be in that type of trouble like Miami is with Tua. Like, you don't want that to happen. So it's like you sit back, you wait for the best offer. You're Howie Roseman. You wait for what is coming to you. Like, sit back. You know what your value is. You know what you can get for them.
Keep in mind,
go that route.
Alec Pierce just signed a mega deal to go to the Colts. If you were a team that was looking to maybe sign him and get him, do you now transfer back to Philadelphia and say, hey, all right, we didn't get the guy we were hoping? And by the way, Mike Evans signed with San Francisco.
That was crazy.
Somebody who thought that you can get, a big-time wide receiver. I know he's a little older, but maybe you get him on the cheap from what he, now that's off the board. Wan'Dale Robinson, he was a guy that I liked for Philadelphia as a slot. I want to see the Eagles get a true slot receiver.
Yeah, go get Romeo Doubs. Go get him. Be perfect role for him. Be perfect. I'm just and then the Dallas Goedert thing is just fascinating to me because they have no tight end on the roster. You have a reunion with Zach Ertz. Do you draft a tight end early in the draft? I don't know what route they'll go there because that's a key weapon for Jalen Hurts. Key. I know he's on Good Morning America this morning. Jalen Hurts, you're going to need a weapon in Dallas Goedert. All right? He was your top guy last year.
He was. And obviously, we had who told us last week one of their favorite positions in the draft was tight end. DeCecco. So keep that in mind. That tight end was a position that he likes in the draft. That could be a spot to take a look there. But, by the way, speaking of Romeo Doubs, according to Green Bay Packers NFL Nation reporter Rob Domofsky, he is reporting that Doubs will sign elsewhere when free agent opens. So they're not even looking to really bring him back to Green Bay. And that's why I said, now Jeremy Fowler says the Patriots, Commanders, Titans, and Niners. The Niners have already signed
Mike
somebody.
Evans.
The Titans have signed Wan'Dale Robinson.
The
Patriots, we know, are looking for something in the Commanders. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Eagles could trade A.J. Brown if Romeo Doubs, and I'm only linking this because of Mannion, a guy that he says, hey, I know this guy right off the bat. Let's bring a guy that I know into my offense. And I wouldn't – the problem with Romeo Doubs has been he's been hurt a lot.
Yep, that's been the issue. I mean, he wears the big helmet.
He would be a good number 2 with Devontae Smith as your number 1.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see how that shakes out. All right, before I get out of here, quick nugget. Over, under – Sixers lose by 25 or more.
Yeah, it's probably over. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets into San Antonio Spurs range where you're down by 35, 40. I don't even know who brings the ball up tonight.
I don't know. You could have had a nice depth piece there in guard and Jared McCain, but you traded him away. So you got Edge coming out.
Pretty well. McCain played well again the other night. It's unbelievable. He's shooting like 48% from three.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Edge come out tonight. Maxey out tonight. Embiid, Paul George. Janai
Paul
Broom.
George, by the way, I was looking that up. He's not back until March 25th.
25th. Yep. Yes. Against the Bulls.
There you go. All right,
Later.
Nuggets.
Yeah,
by the way,
go Sixers.
I got a text message from somebody on the text board that said the MAC is looking to rebrand and change the name. Now, I had heard this, that they were thinking about changing the name from the Metro Athletic because there's confusion between that MAC
and the other MAC. Yeah. Yeah. Getting a new quarter zip next year. I'll get it. Get the new logo.
So I'm going to hold off until the new logo so I can get the new quarter zip.
Yeah, get the new quarter zip. Yeah, but the throwback, that might be pretty cool, Vintage.
Good
All right,
stuff.
Mike.
All right, man. See you.
See ya.
All right, there you go. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and, of course, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN. Hey, don't forget, listen for our contest sounder, and when it goes off today, you have a chance to win tickets to go see the Phillies take on the Orioles at Camden Yards, and you must be present to win at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Multiple chances all day long right here on the Sports Bash. Including right now, caller number 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573 3776. Caller 7, you have a shot to win Phillies Orioles tickets, a bus trip down to Camden Yards. You'll get 2 tickets to the game, round trip transportation, and a full tailgate party Friday, July 31st. The Sports Bash will be live at the Anchorage in Summers Point for our Phillies opening day watch party. Come on out, wear your Phillies gear, and cheer on the Phils on opening day. And somebody will win a trip to see the Phillies and Orioles at the great Camden Yards. You know, Camden Yards is like 30 years old now. Unbelievable. Oriole Park at Camden Yards to see the Phillies and the Orioles. You must be present to win. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. Good luck. And Football and 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, it is the opening of the league year. Not really, kind of, sort of, maybe, but you don't often see moves that get agreed upon today change. We have had it happen. Frank Gore comes to mind, but not too many times. And a big one today for the Philadelphia Eagles. We're about to get into that. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. We'll get his reaction to all the stuff that's happening. And, of course, the big one, Geoff, really Jaelan Phillips, $30 million to go to Carolina. It sounds like a deal that the Eagles just could not match, and they have to let Phillips, a guy they really wanted to bring back, walk.
Yeah, I mean, would not match because you have to have a walk-away number and a budget for everybody. And this is the second straight year, Mike, that one team came and blew everybody else out of the water for a player that the Eagles had in their front seven. Last year, it was Milton Williams and the Patriots, $26 million a year. And this year, Jaelan Phillips at $30 million a year. That is hard. There are a couple of contracts, Linderbaum, and of course the one that Trent McDuffie signed on his extension with the Rams. It's going to pay him $31 million. There was this is a direct result, by the way, of not a lot of stars in free agency, not a lot of game changers. So the few that were available got a lot of money, and then then you saw more trades being made, and then that money that you would typically have in free agency, you spend on guys that you trade for. So the difference is this, Mike. Last year, the Eagles had a contingency plan for losing Milton Williams. They had Jalen Carter. They had Jordan Davis. They had Moro Ojomo, right? This year, you lose Jaelan Phillips, and now they have to pivot to a contingency plan because they just don't have an in-house one.
Yeah, I mean, $30 million, I don't think anybody out there is saying, why would you – it's similar to what happened last year with Josh Sweat and Milton Williams. I think everybody liked Williams, everybody liked Sweat, but for the amount of money they got, it was understandable why the Eagles made the decision. This seems to fall in the same category. They really wanted Williams back, but they knew they couldn't pay $25 million. In this spot, this guy got $30 million to leave. So – in your mind, last year they tried to go with with Hunt and Smith. Do they have to sign somebody in free agency,
Yes.
or do they try with Hunt and Smith again?
No, they have to. There's no question that they have to. They're either going to have to address this now with what's left in free agency. And there are good players left, pass rushers. There's guys like Boye Mafe. There's guys like Adafe Owe. I mean, there's some guys, or they're going to have to do it through the trade market. Obviously, Jonathan Grenard from the Vikings, this is a name that's been floated out there. He's a good pass rusher. He'll probably want a new contract, but they're going to have to get in on this in some form or fashion. They cannot go into next year, and I don't think the plan is to go into next year with just Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith, maybe Brandon Graham coming back, and even drafting a guy is not a sure shot to come in and have an immediate impact.
All right, so then let's try to make sense of some of the stuff about the noise around Jalen Carter. Does it make any sense to you that his name would come up? Now, it doesn't mean the Eagles are calling people and saying, hey, give us a call. It feels like people are doing what I did, connecting some dots to, they might be interested in moving on from him. Let's give them a call.
Well, that's this time of the year, yes. As soon as you have a player of Jalen Carter's stature, right, who, once you get back from the combine, 3, 4, 5 days passes, and you notice that a player of that stature has not agreed to a contract extension, then you're going to start having GMs who are, they're always having these conversations, or conversations at the combine, I'm sure, calling and inquiring on what's the deal there. Are you not extending this guy? Is he on the trade block? The Eagles don't want to give him away for sure. And I would still think, we talked about this on Inside the Birds this morning, I still think there's a better than chance that he's with the Eagles than not, but you never know. You have to take into the account, if Jalen Carter, ordinarily, this kind of guy is a guy the Eagles would have locked up immediately when ready. But, he didn't. He had the shoulder problem last year, shoulders problem. He also got ejected from a game. He's had some injuries through college, right? He's had some off the field issues. And so before you go and commit $100 and something million to this guy, you got to make sure that he's going to fulfill that, just like they did with Jordan Davis, right? I mean, they didn't sign him immediately. They picked up the 5th-year option, and then they made him go prove this past year that he was worthy of the big-time extension. So there's a chance that Jalen Carter maybe doesn't even get an extension this year. Maybe they wait until next year. I don't know. There's a chance that he does get it this year after the next few days, and they decide it's better to do it now. But obviously, in this situation, he's going to be a name where people are going to call around and say, hey, I noticed there's no extension. What's going on here? Is he available?
Obviously, we'll keep an eye on that, and I would be not shocked because of what you said, the shoulder thing. Do they trust giving him $35 to $40 million? Where does this go to? If the Eagles don't extend him now, he goes into the season, and you're thinking, all right, well, you paid Jalen Carter. What about Jordan Davis? What about me? And this could turn into a whole A.J. Brown type of situation at some point, and I don't think the Eagles are all that excited about that. Brings us to A.J. Brown.
Well, real quick, I just want to say, I think a good barometer for what's going on will be what happens with Moro Ojomo if he winds up signing an extension in the next 2 or 3 days. And that means you have Jordan Davis under extension and Moro Ojomo under extension. It might put out a little bit of a radar that they're not going to fully commit to Jalen Carter, or at least not this offseason. Go ahead.
All right, let's go to A.J. Brown. What has changed from maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to now? Anything?
Well, I think something big has changed in favor, potentially, of the Eagles, and that's Mike Evans is now signed with the 49ers. Wan'Dale Robinson is now signed with the Titans. Alec Pierce has re-signed with the Colts. So you tell me, now that the Patriots have already moved on from Stephon Diggs, who their plan is to catch passes for them in 2026, because you can't go to the Super Bowl and still have a quarterback on a rookie deal and then expect to go back to the Super Bowl when Mac Hollins is your leading wide receiver. That's just not a realistic world, and I'm sure Robert Kraft would never put up with that. So to me, that only intensifies New England's desire to get a deal done soon here for A.J. Brown if they're going to be the ones, and that could happen any moment now.
Could be, and you're right. The Pierce stuff, Mike Evans, 3 years, $60 million, by the way, to go to the 49ers. So we'll see what this means for A.J. Brown. 2 of the top wide receivers are off the board, plus Wan'Dale Robinson is off the board as well. So what does that mean for Howie Roseman's phone? What do you make, Jeff? We talked a little bit about this, I think, on Wednesday with you. You know, there are some thoughts of this post-June 1st, and there's no post-June 1st trade, and that the Eagles would benefit more if they trade him after June 1st, but that's a tough time of the year to try to make that kind of trade.
Yeah, I know there was a report from Mike Garafolo from NFL Media, and he said that Howie was trying to be very creative here in working on a deal where some of it would be done before June 1st, but then completed after. Obviously, he would love to be able to mitigate the financial ramifications of it, or the cap ramifications, as much as possible. So we'll see if there's going to be somebody who can figure this out, it's going to be Howie Roseman.
That is true. All right, so what happens now? It's 4:10, football at 4, Geoff Mosher. Reed Blankenship and Dallas Goedert have not signed anywhere. Is that good news for Philadelphia?
I don't read too much into that. You know, the market is, those guys weren't maybe the upper crust of free agency for different reasons. You know, Reed Blankenship, I don't think he's like one of those special free agents. Nakobe Dean obviously has an injury history. Dallas Goedert is a little bit older and has some injury history. So I think the teams that wanted to commit a lot of money to get their big time player are doing that. And then you'll start to see the secondary market will start to settle itself out soon.
Yeah, I definitely am interested to see what happens with Goddard here. We saw Isaiah likely off the board. He goes to the Giants. We saw Brian Cook of safety. He's going to Cincinnati. So what happens with Reed Blankenship? Keep an eye on some of the movement there. Obviously, let's go back to Phillips here and some of the names. Grenard from Minnesota, Boye Mafe, as you kind of mentioned him there. It's not a great class.
Wait, can I stop you? nature of the interview, Boye Mafe just signed with the Bengals.
Well,
According to
there we
ESPN.
go. As we're having this conversation. So he is now off the board, even strengthens what I was about to say here. Do the Eagles go to the next level up to Trey Hendrickson, or do they go below Phillips and just try to find someone else with hope that Jalen Hunt and Nolan Smith take that next step?
It's a good question, Mike. I mean, the pool is thinning out here. Maffe's off the board. I mean, Owe is a good pass rusher, but I don't think you put him in the Jaelan Phillips era. I think what they're going to have to do is, you're right, you're probably not going to get a player as good as Jaelan Phillips now. You are expecting Jalen Hunt to take a step up. I imagine they want Nolan Smith. Yes, of course they want Nolan Smith to take another step up. He's been injured. He had dealt with the injuries. He wasn't as impactful last year as you hope. But they're going to have to keep adding and hope that the guys that they draft or whoever they trade for continue to develop as well. I think the trade market is really something they're going to have to look for.
Bradley Chubb, too. Another guy.
Bradley Chubb's a good one. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. That's a good one, too.
Has ties to Fangio as well.
Yep.
So keep that in mind there. Now, Jahan Dotson, I don't think a lot of Eagles fans are boo-hooing that he left.
No.
But if you lose A.J. Brown and Dotson, is Darius Cooper a guy that they would have won a bigger role for, or would they then need to find two wide receivers?
Both. You can't. If they need wide receivers, they need a natural slot receiver, in my opinion. I don't know if Darius Cooper is that, even though they would play him there last year in certain situations. I think that they will absolutely look for him to see, have another strong camp, make a big step next year. But the bottom line is, guys under contract, you said, assuming A.J. Brown is not here and gets traded, would be Devontae Smith. And not only Cooper, but who's the 6'7" guy? Johnny Wilson, right? We're talking about there's just not enough names here. Not enough proven names. They need to aggressively fill holes in free agency. It doesn't have to be the biggest names, a couple 1 or 2 year deals, and then draft at that position as well.
Geoff Mosher, Football at 4 for the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, they've got plenty of free agent stuff happening here, as do we. I thought it was interesting. The Raiders, I got to give them credit for the first time. The Raiders are like, you know what? Instead of getting like a wide receiver or a quarterback, let's go with a center on the offensive line. Tyler Lindenbaum, another big name that signs. Isaiah Likely, the tight end, he goes to the Giants. Wan'Dale Robinson, the slot receiver, he goes to the Titans. So there's a couple moves going there. You just mentioned Mafe. He goes to Cincinnati. They also get Brian Cook. So there's a lot happening now. It got off to a little bit of a slow start.
Guess what? Odafe Owe has signed with the Commanders. So
I was going to say,
for
Washington and Dallas have not done anything.
Well, listen, I tell you what. That's tough for the Eagles here, seeing Mafe and Owe go off. And I think I said this to you last week. The teams you have to fear in free agency, and this has become true, are the teams that have quarterbacks that they believe in, right, on rookie deals. Okay. I don't know how much the Panthers really believe in Bryce Young, but the point is they made the playoffs. They won their division. They have a ton of money to spend because they're not paying Bryce Young a whole lot. The Commanders are still on a rookie deal with with Jaden Daniels. The Raiders, you mentioned, they just blew the doors off the center market because they're about to draft quarterback number 1 and have him. They even paid a lot of money for Jalen Naylor. And, the Eagles don't. They have a quarterback who's getting more expensive by the day. And when you're doing valuation versus evaluation and you're smart, you don't just overpay because other teams come calling for your guys. But it is a bitter pill to swallow when these teams, and the Eagles were in this position a couple of years ago too. When they signed Javon Hargrave to market resetting money, that's because Jalen Hurts was on a rookie deal, right? Yeah. So, and same thing in 2017, they signed a bunch of free agents when Carson was on a rookie deal, including what's his face, Alshon Jeffrey and a couple other guys. So the point is, this is the way that it works in the NFL. But yeah, the Eagles are really in trouble now with this pass rusher situation.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll see what happens next. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. I know you got to run. They got a lot going on over at InsideTheBirds.com. Check it all out. Football at 4 all week here on Free Agency. Thanks, man.
All right, Mike. Thanks.
All right. There you go. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Football at 4. All right. You just got you up to date on a lot of different things there. But as we were having that conversation, Mafe signs with Cincinnati. So that's a name that had been kind of connected to Philadelphia as a edge rusher possibility that could replace Jaelan Phillips, who, if you're just tuning in, he has signed with the Carolina Panthers. And really, it's not a great edge rushing class. And as he said, the Eagles do not trust Nolan Smith, because he just did not have that big of an impact last year, and then he got hurt. And I've said all along, you just can't trust him. If Nolan Smith is your third guy, fine. Like, you got a guy that has the potential to get 10 to 12 sacks if he's healthy. The problem is he has not been able to be healthy in any of his seasons, nor in college, by the way. So you're really counting on a guy that's got a lot of injury issues. So last offseason, Philadelphia tried to go into the season with two players, Hunt and Smith. By the trade deadline, they had to go out and get Jaelan Phillips. Keep in mind, they traded a third-round pick to get Phillips. Now they will likely get a third-round pick as compensation for losing Phillips. So kind of like a free swap, if you will, for Howie Roseman. Mike Evans, by the way, he will go to San Francisco, 3 years, $60 million there. What else we got? You keeping tabs on everything that's happening here? I'm trying to do like 15 things at one time here. So he gave me a bunch of updates there that I did not know about. Boye Mafe, by the way, 3-year deal with the Bengals. He's a guy that was with Seattle. So the Super Bowl champs get purged again.
Adofe Owe, by the way, is leaving the Chargers for the Commanders, a 4-year, $100 million deal, $68 million guaranteed. So the Chargers in your own division just upgraded a pass rusher.
Yes, he mentioned that with the Commanders, right. I was just trying to remember where he ended up going. So, all right, there's another pass rusher off the board.
I keep looking to see if there's anything new on the pass rusher. I haven't seen anything new for pass rushers. I know the Cowboys, they're signing safety Jalen Thompson. So I see that on the feed. You guys have pretty much hit on most of this stuff already. So I think what's interesting, at least for me, Mike, is the fact that, a lot of people are saying, or not saying, but they're asking, is it a good or bad thing that the Eagles are the one team that hasn't done anything today?
Well, the one thing I think they had to try to change directions on is Phillips. Once they lost out on Phillips, then they had to really change directions. What did that mean for all of the stuff, all of the plans that they had? They thought maybe they're getting Phillips back. Now they got to get into the edge rusher market. Now, that doesn't mean I'm sure they had contingency plans. And those contingency plans are now coming off the board. So what does Howie Roseman do with edge rusher? Because I certainly don't think he comes back with Nolan Smith and Jaelan Phillips, much like Mosher said.
Is there a scenario where if you're the Eagles, you let the market play out this week? And if Trey Hendrickson doesn't find a landing spot?
I think the Trey Hendrickson thing, if Jaelan Phillips got $120 million, what is Hendrickson getting?
Well, I hear what you're saying, but let me finish my scenario here. If we're going through the week, if Trey Hendrickson doesn't have a deal like Jaelan Phillips, if you're the Eagles, you call him and just give him a 1-year big deal and be like, look, just come in here, 1-year deal, hit the market again next year because you're coming off an injury.
Yeah, and the $30 million for Phillips, I think, threw everything out of whack.
It did.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm wondering, Hendrickson, who's an older player than Phillips is, he's coming off an injury.
Yeah, Hendrickson doesn't do a lot. I mean, he doesn't – is he good? Yes. But too many injuries in the age. I do agree with that. I can't give him $30 million.
Well, they give him 30.
I have a big problem with anybody getting $30 million. Jaelan Phillips is not worth $30 million. Let's just say that.
I don't really think anyone is really worth $30 million.
No, I mean, but the fact that Jaelan Phillips, who came over here and did a nice job, he was a good player. He wasn't jump off the page good.
No.
And for him to get $30 million just throws everything in a tizzy, man.
It throws everything in a tizzy, but I would also say that, it like I said, it might be in part a sign that teams are just, like we said earlier today, John McMullen mentioned this too. There are some teams that are just overpaying for people right now. That there are teams, And maybe the Panthers are one of them. Maybe you look at the Panthers, some of these other teams, and say, you guys are just overpaying because under normal circumstances, you can't get these guys to come to your team. So now, if you're the Eagles, you're saying, hey, we're not going to be the team that overpays. We're going to be the team that lets the market play out, and we're going to build our team more responsibly because guess what could happen next year? Jaelan Phillips has himself a history of injuries, right, Mike? He has a history of being injured. So Carolina could have just given him all that money, and they could not have him on the field next year.
Yeah, and the Jaelan Phillips injury history was something that worried me as well. And for $30 million, I have to say that even if Jaelan Phillips was my favorite player in the league, I can't endorse $30 million for Jaelan Phillips. Now, can I endorse $30 million for Trey Hendrickson? I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either, but if you told me the
Trying
Eagles,
to see how old Hendrickson is.
I think he's 32.
Yeah, that would be a problem for me. He got hurt last year too. I mean, now I don't like those guys who hold out of camp and then sign like that. You saw what happened with Terry McLaurin. He ended up getting hurt. Hendrickson ended up getting hurt.
Hendrickson turns 32 later this year.
Yeah, see, I can't pay $30 million for a guy. Now, is it a 3-year deal?
Well, that's why I'm asking. Would you give Hendrickson 1 year, $25 million, for
Yes,
example?
I would do the 1-year deal and just say, hey, can I reap the benefits for 1 year?
Because remember, Hendrickson had played almost every game every year from like 2020 to 2024. He was on the field almost every game. It was last year he had this serious injury. And you ask, well, did he have the injury because he held out? Like you said, did the holdout create a dynamic where he got injured and now he's motivated to say, hey, that was a fluke. I'm going to come out here and prove myself. And the team's still aware about the injury. Can the Eagles call him up and be like, why don't you come here for a 1-year deal? Prove yourself, win a championship, hit the market again.
Yeah, that's what I would do. But I don't think that's going to happen. Does Hendrickson fit here? Jeff wants to know. Yeah,
he definitely fits.
Sign Chubb, who fits Vic's system. Now, Chubb, I think you're going to get for a much friendlier price, and I would go down that road over.
Chubb is not going to cost you anywhere as much as Hendrickson or Phillips are.
Yeah, and I like the Chubb price tag better than the Hendrickson price tag. No doubt about it. And he's a younger guy, Bradley Chubb. I mean, he's only 29. I think he's
28,
he's 29
29
years old. Yeah. He, by the way, he played all 17 games last year. He had an ACL injury the year before. He had 47 tackles, 8.5 sacks, 8 tackles for loss. He will be 30 at the start of the season. But Bradley Chubb is probably definitively going to be way cheaper.
And you know what? You actually reap the benefit if you get him for one reason. How many times we heard guys say that first year coming back from that injury, I'm not my best. Now you're getting him at his best 2 years removed from the injury.
I do want to give a congratulations to William in Marmora. He is our most recent qualifier for the Phillies bus trip to Baltimore at Camden Yards. We'll see William at the Anchorage in Summers Point on opening day, March 26th, everybody. I got my Phillies gear on today there. See that there, Josh? I got a new Phillies hoodie. Wear that to opening day at the Anchorage. Everybody show up in your Phillies gear. You got a shot to win a trip to go see the Phillies and the Orioles in Baltimore. But you have to be present, and you must enter. Your name must be on the list.
By the way, the NFL just announced their compensatory picks for this draft.
Okay.
The Eagles will have 4 comp picks in the 2026 draft. 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th.
3rd, 4th, 5th.
And 6th.
And 6. So they've already got multiple 4th, 5ths, and now they're getting to 6th. So I think they traded their 6th away. So we'll update the trade stuff as well. All right, when we come back, Phillies weekend, what stood out to Jeff Kerr, 97.3 ESPN.com Phillies insider Jeff Kerr joins us next with an update on the Phils. All right, 4:30, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. A lot of the NFL free agency. The Eagles have lost Jaelan Phillips and Jahan Dotson. They are the two that the Eagles have lost. They have brought back Michael Carter II. Also, they have, they haven't lost anything else. They're the two guys they've lost. They have not signed anybody yet. They did bring back Michael Carter II. Got some text messages, 609-403-0973. Mike doesn't want a 32-year-old guy, but the Jets have signed multiple guys over 33 today. I don't want to go down the road of signing the old guy. We saw that with the Commanders last year, that they brought in all the old guys last year after they went to the NFC Championship game, and that kind of blew up in their face. Look, to me, guys who get older and then get hurt and then they just can't get back. I mean, it just happens. At one point, you start getting hurt, and it just starts to go down that road. You can't kick it sometimes at a certain age, the injury bug. And once you hit that certain age, I'm going to pass, especially like Hendrickson's been just constantly hurt. I like Trey Hendrickson a lot. Guys, age is subjective. Chubb and Hendrickson are only a year apart. I'd much rather the guy who's a proven stud. Bryce Harper's younger than Aaron Judge, but it doesn't seem like it. Baseball is a lot different than football, number one. Number two, Chubb and Hendrickson are only a year apart in age. Hendrickson and Chubb, by the way, had an ACL injury. So that is fair to say. Like, he had an ACL. But my point is he's going to be a lot cheaper. I like Hendrickson more than I like Chubb. Don't get me wrong. But I'll take the value on Chubb more than Hendrickson. That, to me, Chubb is a better value. All right, let's go to the latest on the Phillies. Jeff Kerr. 97.3 ESPN. Of course, the Phillies Today podcast, that will be debuting on March the 23rd. Every day, right around noon, we'll have Phillies updates every single day with Jeff. Oscar Budajin will be a part of that as well. And Jeff Kerr is going to be at spring training with the Phillies. Let's get an update on what we saw this weekend from the Phils. Jeff, what's going on, man?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, I guess Phillies take a backseat today to the Eagles. Big I guess for the Eagles, not a big day yet.
Well, I know, Jeff, you covered the NFL for years over at CBS Sports. You kind of turn your attention over to the Phillies, but you certainly know the NFL game very well. Jaelan Phillips gets a $30 million deal to go to Carolina. I think if you're the Phillies, you have to pass on that one, right?
Yeah, I think the Phillies would pass. I think the Eagles would pass. I think anybody would pass on that. Look, I thought he would make $24-25 million. I thought that might have been a little overpay, but I think that would have gotten it done. But I think when that 3 came up, Howie Roseman was smart and said no thanks.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see what ends up happening at defensive end or edge rusher. Can they find somebody to come in? I want to get some thoughts. We saw Andrew Painter pitch again this weekend. Did not get a strikeout, but the Blue Jays go scoreless over 3. He had, 3 swing and misses on the day. What did you think of Painter's second start after the first start? He is 5 scoreless innings this spring. Get us your thoughts on Painter.
Well, the command wasn't as great the second start as it was the first start. His first strike percentage was down. His strike percentage overall was down. But, look, he got out of trouble, right? And that pickoff move he had Saturday was brilliant, by the way. That's something I haven't seen out of him in a couple years now. But overall, is the fastball there? It's not as fast as it was before the Tommy John surgery, Mike. But, again, it's spring training. I'm not that concerned over it. It was 96.9 miles per hour on average. He's throwing a lot of his pitches. I think his changeup's been good. Overall, though, I think people just have ace expectations for this guy right now, and I just think that's unfair.
Well, put me in the unfair category then, Jeff, which is okay. I'm cool with you saying that's unfair, but to me, I had that expectation because that's what we've been told. And we've seen a lot of these young pitchers, when they've come up here, we've heard and they have walked the walk. I've seen Nolan McLean come up here and show me that he's every bit as advertised. I've seen Paul Skeens. I've seen other young pitchers, and correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew Painter's name was mentioned with those level of players.
Did Nolan McLean or Paul Skeens have Tommy John, though?
No, and I think, though, and I'll agree with you on that, but we all kind of hear the first year don't expect. It's the second year that you should get that command back. Have we seen enough command from him in these 2 starts to think that his stuff will play to the level that we were told it was going to play at?
I think Wednesday start. I believe that's going to be his next start, Mike, Wednesday or Thursday. I forget what day they're pitching him again. That's going to be very telling. I still say this is a work in progress. I'm only expecting a number 3 starter out of him this year. Now, I could be wrong because the Phillies, to the benefit of the doubt, have developed these pitchers. They developed the Christopher Sanchez. Jesus Luzardo got better under their watch. Zach Wheeler has been getting better under their watch. Aaron Nola's been good for them. Ranger Suarez was an example. Like, it seems like a lot of these guys the Phillies touch seem to pitch higher than their expectation. And I think we might be seeing that with Gene Cabrera as well, Mike. He got sent down this past weekend. So, yeah, I mean, look, I'm expecting a number 3 starter out, Andrew Painter, this year. I
would
reaching
say
patience.
on this team, he's got to be a number 3 starter because I can't imagine he's better than Wheeler and he's better than Christopher Sanchez, who, by the way, got knocked around in the WBC the other day. But is he better than Luzardo? You know, to me, the Painter thing is going to be what kind of impact does he have? Because come playoff time, is he going to be a guy that pitches in your rotation? Or do they think about using him in the bullpen? I think that's going to be a big storyline all season long here. Do you?
Oh, no, I would agree. I mean, let's see how he does the first couple months and see where he's at. If he's pitching really well the first couple months, I think we know the answer to that. He'll probably be in the rotation. But if they want to manage his innings and they go far again in the regular season, like I'm expecting 90, 95 wins out of this team. So, I mean, he could go in the bullpen, and you and I are probably going to be talking about this all year. You, me, and Oscar. We'll probably be going back and forth. Okay, Wheeler, Nola in the rotation. Sanchez in the rotation. Well, then where does Luzardo go? Where does Painter go? There's going to be – I still think this rotation is going to be very, very good this year.
I agree with that as well. But I'm also in the camp that I think Painter I have high expectations for Painter. I know some people are kind of waiting and seeing here. I'm going to go on the record to say I think he's going to make a very big impact, and I would be a little disappointed if he doesn't, based on what we've kind of heard and what we've been told. And quite frankly, I like what I saw his first outing. Yes, you're right. He walked the first batter on 4 pitches the other day. But he
all fastballs, too.
Yes, and he did settle back in and got out of that. Obviously, that's a big story, what's going to happen with Andrew Painter. I do want to kind of get you an update on what we see with Justin Crawford here over the weekend. And he played center field the other day. He was hitting leadoff for them the other day. Obviously, he's not going to be the leadoff hitter this season. But are you feeling more and more comfortable about what we might get from Crawford this year?
He's been a little bit of a funk, hasn't he, Mike? I think he went hitless over the weekend. I'm actually looking at the box score now because I know he hit today. He was the DH today. Let's see what he ended up with. Yeah, he was 0 for 2 today, so he's down to 207 this spring. He's kind of in a mini funk right now, but I like what I'm seeing from him on the base pass, his ability to move the runner. I think he's playing tremendous center field for the stuff that I watched last year and the stuff that I'm told it might be a work in progress. Well, if that's a work in progress, I really want to know what a work in progress is because he's looked pretty good out there.
He's playing some couple plays out there. Otto Kemp, let's get your thoughts on where he fits into this team. He homered, he singled. You tweeted out about his OPS. I mean, he played third base the other day. You and I were texting. I agree. I don't need to see him play third base in a spring training game. Let this guy play left field for as many innings as possible. But his bat in the lineup is something that are you starting to feel better about that?
Yeah, I'm really liking his bat right now, Mike. And look, I know going into the day he had 998 OPS. It dropped down to 898, I think, after his 0 for today. But I mean, look, he's swinging the ball with power. He's going to be great against left-handed pitching. And look, I wrote about this with the bottom of the lineup. With him and Brandon Marsh, that's a really good left field platoon. And the way Bryson Stott's hitting, the way Edmundo Sosa has hit against lefties in his career, the platoons don't look as bad. But we'll focus on Kemp right now. Kemp with a healthy shoulder and a healthy kneecap that he's able to actually drive the ball and use that leg kick he likes to do. I think he's going to be I shouldn't say a pleasant surprise because I wouldn't be surprised, but for a lot of people who casually know Otto Kemp, I think when you hear the name, you're like, why do they have so much faith in this guy? I think you're going to see why.
Well, I hope so because I've been tough on Kemp too. It's kind of like a 4A type of player. I don't have a lot of expectations for Kemp, and if he does, I'd be surprised if he kind of gives you more than, I don't know, 240, maybe like 10 to 12 home runs. But, he'll be in a platoon role, so we'll see. I think Kemp profiles more as a 4A guy. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
You've seen a lot more of him than I have, especially you saw him a lot at Lehigh and Reading, right?
Oh, yeah. So, look, in Reading, all he did was hit. And then he went to Lehigh for 2 weeks at the end of 2 years ago, and he didn't hit. And I actually talked to Otto about this. Otto was questioning himself, saying, maybe I'm not that good. Maybe this is the end of the line. But he said, you know what? I'm not going to let that define me. I am going to prove it to myself. I can hit these pitchers. And what does he do? He hits 330 with 1,000 OPS and 2 months of AAA and earns the call to major leagues. And knowing Otto, I'm pretty sure he's not using the knee and shoulder as an excuse. That's just not him.
I got to be honest with you. Yeah. He doesn't even physically look like the same human being. Like, his face doesn't even look the same. He keeps coming up the bat. I'm like, who is this guy? And he doesn't look the same at all. Like, I don't know if he lost some weight or whatever, but Kemp just does not physically look like the same player we saw last year.
Yeah, it's funny too. Last year, even though I knew about the knee injury and we talked about it a couple times, but he always had that look like, I know I can do this. I know I can play in the majors. And I think, everything aside, that's why I'm curious to see how well he does this year, because I think he knows this is his one chance. And if he takes advantage of it, he's going to be in the majors for quite some time. If not, well, then you're right, Mike. He's a 4A player.
All right. Let's also get some take on this final bullpen spot. Alex McFarland threw yesterday. He got shipped down to Reading today. You talked about the depth in this team's bullpen and how impressed you kind of are with because you liked McFarland, not that he was going to make the team, but he's a guy that you think could be up here later helping them out.
Yeah, and look, I heard of McFarland last year. We used to talk about him on Phillies Weekly. He would be our player of the week almost every week. And this is when he was a starter. And then we heard that he was getting converted to a reliever, like, oh, okay, this guy already throws. And by the way, this is another guy who had Tommy John surgery at one point. So he throws an electric fastball. And I thought the slider needs a little bit more command, but he's been showing it this spring. I thought he was really impressive. I think he's going to be a fast riser. I said to Sam Helenek, who's the director of communications for the Iron Pigs, or play-by-play broadcaster. Look, I think he's going to be up there really fast, and I mean Lehigh too. So I would say about maybe a month or two in Reading, he gets up to Lehigh, gets in that deep bullpen. By the way, the Iron Pigs have a deep bullpen. In case you haven't been paying attention, that's how deep the Phillies bullpen is in general. And if he impresses there, don't be shocked if he gets a call late in the season, kind of like in the Ryan Kirkering.
Well, I was going to say, you talk about the depth in the Phillies bullpen at all the levels here. It'll be interesting to see how they even put this bullpen together based on some contractual stuff. You got Rule 5 stuff. So their best bullpen might not be their opening day bullpen.
Correct. And look, I think this is the difference between now and 3 years ago when they brought Kirkering up. They needed Kirkering. Did they really need anyone outside of their main guys right now? Their top 6, top 7?
Probably not.
Yeah, so, really, McFarland comes up. That's a kudos to him, and that's because you expanded the roster. I'm just curious to see who that last guy is going to be. Is it going to be a Chase Shugart? Is it going to be a Zach Pop? I don't think Zach McCambly's in the mix anymore. Look, there are guys in there. Max Lazar, Seth Johnson. That's still to be determined.
Jeff Kerr, 97.3 ESPN.com. Phillies Today podcast. Make sure you check that out. Starting on Monday the 23rd on all podcasting platforms. We're going to have an update on the Phillies each and every day. Aaron Nola, 3 scoreless innings, struck out 4 in his game against Team Canada. You got Nola. Luzardo pitched well in his last one. Of course, there's Painter, Christopher Sanchez, and then the other guy, Taijuan Walker, 3 1/3 hitless innings against Brazil in the win, and everybody's kind of forgetting about him, but that's your starting rotation to start the season. So Walker pitched well yesterday as well. Then you had a Kyle Schwarber with the 2-run homer in that game against it was Great Britain, so let's not get too crazy there. But we're starting to see some good.
It was a big hit, though.
It was a big. It was kind of a close game. Like the fact that U.S. is having a close game with Great Britain has you kind of opening your eyes a little bit there. Dante Nori, another Phillies prospect, is having a huge WBC as well. So there's a lot of interesting stories going around baseball, the WBC, and with the Phillies at camp here. What is something from the weekend that kind of caught your eye?
Well, you know what, Mike? It's funny you're talking about the WBC. Are you like me? Are you a big WBC guy?
I am actually not a big WBC guy. No.
Okay, so you're the opposite. See, I can't get enough of this. I call it the baseball's version of March Madness. There were 8 games on Friday, 8 games on Saturday. I think I watched at least 12 of them. I mean, I couldn't get enough of the tournament. And yeah, look, I know there's a lot of blowouts. I know it's a very top heavy field, but and we talked about this too. Like, there probably should be a better time for it, but I've just been used to it being in March, and it's just a good way to get rid of the lulls of spring training, the doldrums of spring training, if you will. Like today's spring training game, it wasn't on TV today. I didn't seem to care about it that much.
Listen, I agree that I like the premise of the WBC. And like, you see Scooble. He is saying he's thinking about pitching another game because he didn't realize how the crowd was into it. And you're getting like playoff atmospheres. My point is, I think it can be done better. I don't like, it's not a real game. Your ace pitcher's pitching 3 innings. Like, to me, there's not everybody's not there. Some of these teams couldn't get all their best players because of insurance nonsense. Some of these teams have no business being there. I mean, quite frankly, some of these teams are bad. So to me, it's not executed properly.
Yeah. You know what? This is where I laugh at the people who are kind of new to the WBC. Like you said, it's only Great Britain. Well, I remember 20 years ago, if someone would have told me the U.S. in the first World Baseball Classic would have lost to Canada and Mexico in baseball, I would have laughed. I didn't care who was on the roster. They used to lose those types of games. They don't anymore. Now if they lose, it's to a Japan. Or Mexico's still really good, but it's kind of better to lose to Mexico now than it was, say, 20 years ago. That Mexico team had no business being the U.S. And that's why I get mad when they say there's no upsets. There are close to be. Like the Netherlands used to upset a lot of teams. I just think the field is changed now. I just think the top-heavy teams are the top-heavy teams.
Yeah, well,
they're getting their all-stars.
It's like if you remember when, Team USA basketball, the Dream Team, that kind of started all those teams getting better and better and better to the point that now, but I'm not sure baseball is like basketball where it's going to catch on like in Europe. The Czech Republic's team was horrendous.
Yeah, they were terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting relegated. You get relegated if you finish in last.
Yes, they're getting bounced out. But that's where I think, like, some of these teams just are – there's such a disparity in the top baseball countries and then the bottom baseball countries.
Yeah, the 2 stories of the tournament to me so far, one just got knocked out today, Australia, because remember, they start 2-0 and they lost to Korea. By the way, that was an awesome game. I got up this morning to watch it. Look, Australia lost on tiebreaker. Italy's a story right now. I don't know. I don't think they're going to get out of this division because the U.S. and Mexico are in it. They're 2-0. But look, they forced the U.S. and Mexico to say, you got to beat us now.
Yeah, well, listen, and we know it's what? U.S., Japan, the DR, and maybe
DR and Venezuela, I think, qualified already. I think Japan's in, Korea's in. I think they're the 4 that are officially in because the U.S.'s pool isn't done yet.
Cool. All right,
I think if the U.S. wins tonight, they're in the next round.
Listen, I love baseball, any high-level games. I like the premise. I think it can be executed better. I don't have an idea in my head yet how it can be done. And I like the fact, though, that there are high-level games for these guys to play early on the season. But we'll see how it ends up translating.
Did you agree with Bryce Harper's comments, by the way, that they really made the rounds this week?
About the Olympics?
Yeah.
I don't care about Olympic baseball either. So, I mean, I don't know where – I don't know.
I really do think, though, that could – adding on to what Bryce said, I really think if those guys played in the Olympics, it would make baseball a bigger sport. The problem is, unlike – and I know people like to say, oh, hockey and this and that. I'm like, but the Winter Olympics aren't as big as the Summer Olympics, right? Like, hockey is one of the main sports in the Winter Olympics. It always was.
Yeah, but that hockey game, by the way, did very well in the ratings and everything, but it doesn't translate to like, hey, that game was so great, I'm going to go watch the Flyers play the Bruins.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, I mean, look, you and I watch Miracle. That speech Herb Brooks makes at the end, well, Kurt Russell, but, at the end when they won the gold, like, about how they were amateurs and now they let the professionals go in the games. I do think it would make a huge impact for baseball, but I don't know. I mean, look, they're playing. You do know they're playing softball in Oklahoma City, right?
Who is playing softball in Oklahoma City?
The softball in the Olympics is in Oklahoma City.
Oh, I thought you meant for like a WBC. I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? No, for the
No,
Olympics,
no. But it's like, look, I don't know. I think it can gravitate the, but maybe it's just me. I like the WBC more. I think it would help you, but you got to have more than 8 teams in it. Basketball is what, 20 teams get in the Olympics now?
Not sure.
The baseball tournament goes really fast in the Olympics.
Well, but I'll tell you what, if you're telling me there's only 8 teams in the Olympics, that might be better. There's only 8 teams worthy.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the other thing too. To add to Harper's point. Okay, so let's pick our 8, right? Say the 8 in this year's World Baseball Classic that make the knockout round go to the Olympics. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
That's an interesting way to do it. Like, hey, if you finish in the top 8, you qualify for the Olympics.
Yeah, and then you do that. Like the World Baseball Classic could be that Olympic qualifier, which would put more stakes on the World Baseball Classic. But can you imagine though, like the U.S. would stack their team again? Dominican Republic's going to stack their team. Puerto Rico's going to stack their team.
I would say though, like I have a lot of baseball. My friends, a lot of baseball friends. Not one person has mentioned the WBC to me at all. Like nobody. I haven't seen one game, by the way. I don't even know where they're on.
They're on Fox, FS1, FS2, Tubi.
Gotcha. All right. Well, maybe that's why I haven't.
You know what, Mike? I will say, baseball fans are finicky. They're like NASCAR fans, right? They're never happy.
True. They're old curmudgeon-y.
Yeah, that's how NASCAR fans. They long for the glory days of the '90s. I'm like, oh, you mean when someone won by a lap? Yeah, okay.
All right, Jeff Kerr, Phillies Today podcast, March 23rd will be the debut episode. And, of course, check out his Substack at Jeff Kerr PHL for more on the Phillies all season long. You're driving to Clearwater, man. That is brave.
I'm not excited about it.
I wouldn't be either.
This is what happens when you got parents that won't fly. They want to go to Clear. I decided to take them to Clearwater for the first time. They wanted to go, and we're seeing some family members down there and my godparents. I haven't seen them in years, and I said, well, I'm flying. They're like, well, no, we need someone to help us drive down there. I'm like, all right. Okay.
Well, good luck with your drive. I'll see you down there.
Yeah, you'll beat me down there, and you're leaving later.
Yeah, man. All right. See ya.
See ya.
Jeff Kerr, of course, part of our team now covering the Phillies for 97.3 ESPN.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, lots still to come in the 5 o'clock hour. Stick around. NFL free agency will get you up to date. And, of course, all the things happening with the Eagles. One big move, Jaelan Phillips. He gone. He has signed with the Carolina Panthers. All right. More to come in the 5 o'clock hour. Stick around. It's the Sports Bash. But right now, I need caller 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you are eligible to win a trip to see the Phillies in Baltimore on Friday, July 31st. Our Phillies-Orioles bus trip at our Phillies opening day watch party. This year, it's at the Anchorage in Summers Point. It's our Phillies opening day watch party on March 26th. You must be present to win at the Anchorage, 823 Bay Avenue in Summers Point. Wear your Phillies gear. One lucky winner will win a pair of tickets, round-trip transportation, and a full tailgate party. Lower-level seats for the Phillies and Orioles at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Caller number 7, good luck. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. If you're watching the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, at Mike Gill Show on Twitter X. Bonus chances to qualify for the bus trip. For those of you watching the show, those of you listening on the radio, congratulations to Vincent Summers Point. He's our latest qualifier. Vincent Summers Point. We'll see you at the Anchorage in Summers Point. That's not a far drive for you, Vince. Wear your Phillies gear. You got a chance to come out and win a bus trip, round trip to Baltimore to go see the Phillies and the Orioles for a game this summer at Camden Yards. It's July 31st, Friday night. Phils, Orioles, bus trip, transportation to and from the game. Pair of lower-level seats, tailgate party, all with Phillies fans, by the way. Going to be a big group of Phillies fans going down there on the bus with you. And we're giving that trip away at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Another chance for you to qualify this hour, and bonus chances if you're watching the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel or on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. If you're watching there, you will see how you can get some bonus chances. So NFL free agency started today. The Eagles have lost Jaelan Phillips. If you're just getting off of work, haven't been able to listen all day long, that's the big news. The Eagles have lost Jaelan Phillips. He is going to Carolina. He gets $30 million per season, 4 years, $120. And listen, I can't rip the Eagles for not bringing Phillips back for $30 million a year. And I'm not all that sure I wanted Phillips back at $17 million a year. You know, I was kind of in the camp that I like Phillips. I don't think he's an elite player. Like, listen, I'm hard to kind of judge in terms of I don't think anybody's worth this kind of money. So it's hard for me to come to terms with, wait, you're paying $30 million for Jaelan Phillips? Are you out of your mind? And that doesn't mean that Jaelan Phillips isn't any good. To me, he's good, not great. Like, when I think of a great player, Myles Garrett, like, that's the top of the line. He gets $30 million. You're giving Jaelan Phillips $30 million. Like, you need your head examined, dude. Now, maybe he comes out next year, gets 15, 18 sacks, and proves you wrong. I don't know, man. With the Philadelphia Eagles last year, Jaelan Phillips came over here. And I'm not saying he stunk. That's not what I'm saying. Like, there is, like, levels here. Jaelan Phillips was on the level of he had a good, solid year. What kind of impact did he make for the Philadelphia Eagles? He made a good impact. Like, the Philadelphia Eagles got him, and it upgraded their defense. But he wasn't a game wrecker, right? When you watch the game, how many people even know what number Jaelan Phillips was? Is anybody out there, like, off the top of your head, if I say, what jersey number was Jaelan Phillips, do you know the answer? And if you can't give me the answer, it probably means I don't know what number he was. Why? Because he didn't do enough for you to remember his number. Like, you know people's numbers because they make plays. Oh, 56, 55, Brandon Graham. 98, Jalen Carter. Jaelan Phillips wore 50, by the way, for those of you who didn't remember. And Jaelan Phillips was a good, solid player for the Philadelphia Eagles. But $30 million good? No way. With the Eagles last year, he played 8 games. He had 2 sacks in those 8 games. He had 4 tackles for loss. Now, there's a lot of other things that go into it, like pressure percentage, all that stuff. And he did a good job at those type of things. But in the 8 games for Philadelphia, he had 28 tackles. In 9 games with Miami, he had 25 tackles. In Miami, he had 3 sacks. For Philadelphia, he had 2 sacks. So he had 5 sacks in 17 games last year. Now, I'm not judging you all on sacks. But last year he had 53 tackles, 5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss. He had a good year. Did he have a $30 million year? Let me ask you a question. Has he ever had a $30 million year? No, never. If you told me take his best season and pay him off of that, his best season, he had 8.5 sacks. Probably, actually, I don't know. The year he had 7 sacks, he had 60 tackles. The one thing that I like about Jaelan Phillips is he is good against the run. He is a guy that you can play all 3 downs, and he is better run stuffer than a lot of these guys. But there's no way I could give him $30 million.
I think what gets overlooked in all this is, and I understand that, some of the numbers are not, they don't catch your eye. They don't get your attention. I hear what you're saying, that, you don't remember him on the field. But, the reality is that when they traded for him, in those games after they traded for him in the regular season, not including the postseason, just regular season, they averaged 15.5 points a game against. In the 9 games before they got him, they averaged 23 points a game. That's an 8-point swing with just one dude. So maybe not literally Jaelan Phillips
hold on
is
a
an
second,
answer.
though. There's a lot that goes into that. All right, that's just sight unseen. Who did they play? What teams were this against? What was happening in that
but
situation?
See, that's the thing. We can nitpick everybody's schedule. The Patriots got to the Super Bowl. They had a weak schedule. They got there on an easy path. That's why they got blasted, right? Like we could do this for every team. The reality,
I definitely think there's, like, if you tell me, well, they gave up less points because of Phillips, or did they give up less points because they played the Commanders, the
they also
Raiders?
played the Packers and the Lions in that stretch of games.
Yeah, they played the Packers and the Lions. They played the Raiders, the Commanders again. I mean, so again, yes, the defense got better. I'm not saying it didn't get better with him, but I think there are some variables as to why the defense played a lot better.
Yeah, but see, to me, I don't think the variable is the schedule. I think that's unfair. These are professional athletes.
Are you someone that thinks that Miami of Ohio should get into the tournament?
That's college sports. This is the NFL.
I agree with that, but there are levels of teams that you play against.
There are levels of teams, but I don't think it's the same to use what we do with college sports with pro sports, because these are athletes who are playing for money, for jobs, for their future.
The college players are playing for money.
They're getting paid. They're not playing for money.
I'm just saying, I think the level of opponent factors in to the result of something.
It's a factor, but I don't. If I was to do that for everyone, then we might as well just discount certain teams altogether when they get to the postseason and never give them a chance.
I think we do that. I think there are times we look at teams and don't buy into them because of they played a weaker schedule.
And then the Patriots
they
got
didn't
to the
beat
Super Bowl.
anybody. Well, the AFC field, I think we all looked at that and said the AFC field was a watered down because Kansas City didn't make it because they had so many injuries, and Baltimore didn't make it because Lamar Jackson missed so much time.
Sure.
So 2 of the teams that had been mainstays were kind of out. Joe Burrow didn't end up making it. So we kind of looked at the AFC field and did say it was wide open for them.
But does the schedule account for an 8-point swing?
That's what I'm asking. I said, did their defense get better because he made that big of an impact, or was it because they played a lot of offensively challenged teams?
And my answer is, it's not about as much literally Jaelan Phillips. It's about what he represented. You went through most of the year without a legitimate pass rusher across from Jelix Hunt. Remember, they had to sign Zadarius Smith off the couch, basically, after the first game. They brought Brandon Graham out of retirement. Phillips is not that Phillips literally was the difference. It was that they actually had somebody who could rush the passer, who could steal the edge, who could play the position. They didn't have anybody most of the year. So to me, it's not about Jaelan Phillips literally. It's about you cannot go in. You mentioned this, I think it was to the Mosher earlier, about the Eagles went in the last year with Nolan Smith, Jelix Hunt, and the band of misfit toys at the end. And then they realized after the first game, oh bleep, we're not good enough.
Yeah, and they got Phillips, and again, like I said, I think was a very good player. I don't think he was, oh my God, they got 50, and this guy's all over the place. He was good. There were some games, and again, I go back to the biggest games. What was your impact in the biggest games of the year?
Well, if that's the case, then yes, he had no impact in the 49ers game.
He had no impact in the 49er game at all. And that's a game that I have been vocal about, in that we blame the offense. Here's the point. We blame the offense all year. No one's saying the offense was good, but the offense gave the Eagles a lead in that game in the fourth quarter twice. Now, they didn't score 30 and had the lead, but it doesn't matter. So who cares if they scored 30 and gave you the lead? You had a lead. It doesn't matter if it's 3-0 or 7-3. You had a lead in the fourth quarter, and your defense is supposed to be the strong suit of your team. You had a lead late in that game, and you couldn't get a stop. And that's where I say, what was the impact of my pass rush? And the impact of the pass rush in that game was they could not get to the quarterback. They could not get that offense off the field.
But it was also because Vic Fangio got outcoached in that game.
Hey, listen,
the Eagles got out. They got worked.
Whatever the result was, is I have guys. One guy just got paid $30 million, and late in the game, when my team had a lead at home in a playoff game, he had no impact. So I can't sit here and say I can't believe they didn't. And listen, and by the way, I'm looking at the box score of that game. He's not even in it. He didn't have he didn't register a statistic.
I'm not surprised. He was neutralized the entire game. If you go back and watch the game, the 49ers did an amazing job at blowing his you-know-what off the ball.
The one guy who is in there, by the way, Jordan Davis, and he just got paid. Now, again, I go back to, I don't think any Eagles fan, and I'm going to look at the text board here on the White Horse RV text board, I don't think any Eagles fan is saying, oh, my God, how did they let Jaelan Phillips walk?
Not for what he got paid.
Yeah, but you know what? This is like the Paul George thing. It was like if you brought him back, it would have been like, meh. It was like, well, I had to pay somebody. Like, I don't think anybody was all that geared up that, oh, my God, they got to bring Jaelan Phillips. Like, it wasn't like we have to have this guy back. That's my point. I don't think he made the impact to Eagles fans. That doesn't mean they're right. I'm just saying. I don't think if they brought him back, people would have been overly excited. And the fact that he walked, I don't think people are like, oh, my God, how did we lose this guy?
I can't speak for everyone. All I know is that when Howie Roseman said at the Combine a week and a half ago that Phillips was one of the team priorities, it made me raise my eyebrows. I thought that meant that he was going to be back.
Well, I think that they did not realize that someone was going to pay him $30 million.
And I think that's what happened.
Whereas last year, I think they were well aware that Milton Williams and Josh Sweat were going to get paid. So I think they were okay and like, okay, we know this. In this situation, I think they got blindsided because when I woke up this morning, there were a lot of reports about how close they were to a deal. So how did you go from being that close to a deal to him going someplace else? Somebody came in and just absolutely blew him away with a $30 million offer. And again, I don't see the reaction of, oh, my God, how did we lose this guy? Now,
right.
JW in Ocean City chimes in. He says, I'm a season ticket holder and sit in a lower second level and have the ability to see all aspects of the game. In my humble opinion, Jaelan Phillips is absolutely an above-average defensive lineman. The team was much better with him than they were before they got him. If they do not replace him with a comparable player, the defense will not be as well as it was last year. I'm not in the business of negotiating contracts, so I can't tell you how much money it's worth. I can just tell you my opinion of him as a player. So I agree with you, Mike, but time will tell. So his point is, I think he kind of agrees with you a little bit more, is that Phillips did he made them better.
He did make them better, but I don't think it's literally because Phillips is, like you said, Phillips is not Myles Garrett.
No.
But Phillips was so much better than Nolan Smith and the other guys. You know what I mean? Like the gap.
I do agree. Now you have to replace him. You can't go back with the same group of guys.
Because what happened was you went into last year with a Nissan Sentra. All of a sudden, you walked out with a Mazda 6. You're like, wow, this Mazda 6 is a lot better than Nissan Sentra. But then someone came along and was like, I'm going to give you a stupid amount of money for a Mazda 6. And you're like, sure, I'm not paying that for a Mazda 6. But you don't want to go back to the Sentra. You still need to get a good vehicle.
Myles Garrett had 23 sacks last year. Brian Burns was next with 16.5. Daniel Hunter was next at 15. Aiden Hutchinson, 14.5. Nick Benito, 14. So that's kind of the cutoff. That's the top 5. Josh Sweat, by the way, he had 12 sacks last year.
On a bad team.
But keep in mind, so it's not about like all these guys like 10 sacks. You got a bunch of guys. Bradley Chubb had 8.5 sacks last year. He had more sacks last year than Phillips had. Now, everybody will go to sacks. I'm not saying it's because of the sacks. I'm looking at the one thing about Phillips I think that will be missed. He is an every down player. He's definitely a guy that you can play all 3 downs. He helps out against the run. They have to find a guy that can do that because two things. Jalen Hunt, okay against the run, not great. Nolan Smith, insignificant against the run. Nolan Smith is small. Nolan Smith, his impact would be as a pass rusher. And I asked last year over and over again, okay, Nolan Smith had 4 sacks, I think, in 2025. 2024. And I said in 2025, is he going to have 8? Is he going to get 10, 12? And people are like acting like Nolan Smith was going to turn into Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, then he got injured, and then I was like, here we go again.
And I said, I like Nolan Smith when he's healthy. The problem is I can't trust he's too small to be an every down pass rusher, and he's not good against the run.
I would also argue that you could frame it also as he might not be the best fit for Fangio's system because Fangio doesn't rotate guys at the end like Jim Schwartz used to. Remember Schwartz would have like 20 guys coming in and out from play to play. Fangio doesn't do that much rotating. So you could argue that Nolan Smith would be better probably on a team where he's a part-time rotational player.
Matt from Cape May says, Mike, I'm 100% with you on Jaelan Phillips. Good player, but I don't know if the Eagles can't do as well or better for that kind of money. Well, listen, if you're paying someone $30 million, that guy that's out there right now, except for Trey Hendrickson, and I would be careful paying him $30 million.
I pitch you the idea of a 1-year deal.
And I don't think he'll take a 1-year deal.
He might have to.
I would do the 1-year deal because of the injury history.
Right.
But I think that someone out there will say, now, it's interesting that he's still available at this stage of free agency. He's the number 1 free agent on the board.
Correct.
By many accounts, anyway. There's people who rank free agents like it's a draft board. But many of the top 25 free agents are already off the board. He's the number 1, and he's still available. Now, let me give you some background on Hendrickson for the people out there. He is 31 years old. Last year, he got hurt. He played 7 games, had 4 sacks in those 7 games. In 2024, he had 17.5 sacks. The year before that, he had 17.5 sacks. So back-to-back 17.5 seasons. He was AP first-team all-defensive end. You'd say, you know what? Let's go down that road and pay him the money. But it's probably going to be more than $30 million, I would imagine. He's not going to take less than Jaelan Phillips got.
No. But that's why I'm wondering if he's still lingering on the market, right? If we get through the rest of this week and he's still languishing out there in purgatory, would he be willing to take a 1-year offer from a team like the Eagles, kind of rehabilitate himself, be like, see, I can win a championship, I can be on a championship contending team, and then hit free agency again, giving the Eagles a bridge year to maybe draft a guy, for example. You could always draft a guy and develop him.
Yeah,
too.
but as Mosher said, too, you're probably not getting a impactful pass rusher at 23. Do you need someone for this season? I think you do.
And that's why I'm saying maybe free agencies where you get the guy for this year and then develop somebody for next year. Just a theory.
At this point, Trey Hendrickson is really the only upgrade over Phillips left, right?
Yeah, because everybody else just got picked up today. Pay got picked it up. Baffa got picked up. So many guys already got, are all already accounted for, unless somebody wants to pull a Frank Gore and, say I'm here and then be gone in 2 days.
Yeah. All right, so what are some of the replacements out there? Well, they all signed. Mafe, he went to Cincinnati. Who else? The one guy went to
Kwity Paye went. Where'd he go again? I'm trying to remember. But Kwity Paye signed with somebody.
Kwity Paye, I did not hear. There was one guy went to the Commanders. There's so many different things that kind of right when Mosher was on, all this stuff kind of started happening. By the way, the Eagles' draft picks are now set for this year's draft. They will have pick 23, a first-rounder, a second-rounder, pick 54, a third-rounder. This is compensation. They have a third-round pick from the Jets for the Hassan Reddick trade. They have a third-rounder, a compensatory pick that they just got. They have a fourth-rounder, another fourth-rounder as a comp pick. They have a 5th rounder from Atlanta. They have another 5th rounder as a compensatory pick, and then a 6th rounder as a compensatory pick. So they got 4 compensatory picks, a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th. Plus they have their own 1st, their own 2nd, a 3rd from the Hassan Reddick trade, and their own 4th.
So do you want to hear the guys who have signed or the guys who are available?
Give me the guys who have signed first.
All right, so Adafe Owe, he signed with the Commanders.
That's the one.
We mentioned Boe Mafe, he signed with the Bengals. Kwity Paye went to the Raiders. Draymond Jones, he went to the Patriots. Joseph Asai, he's one of the 20 guys who signed with the Jets. So those were like probably the best of who have signed, not named Jaelan Phillips. For the guys who are available still, this is a list of
misfit toys.
That might be an insult to misfit toys. Because after Trey Hendrickson, here is your list. I want Mike Gill's immediate reactions on these names, and I feel like one of them is going to be oof. All right? You got Hassan Reddick.
Pass.
Joey
How
Bosa.
old is Reddick now?
Reddick is 31, turning 32.
It's crazy. These guys, they dip so quickly. Reddick was he was a great player for this team for that run.
Yep. You got Joey Bosa.
Reddick was in Tampa last year.
He was in Tampa last year. Barely did anything.
No, he had 2.5 sacks.
Joey Bosa.
Joey Bosa is another. This goes back to what we're saying. You start to get hurt, and then the next thing you know, you're just constantly hurt, and you can't get past it. And the age and the injury, it all just consumes you. Now, Joey Bosa is only 30 years old.
Correct.
He had 5 sacks last year in Buffalo, but made very little impact.
Very little impact. Leonard Floyd is a free agent.
I didn't realize Leonard Floyd was still even kicking the tires, still playing, even around.
He played with the Falcons last year.
Yeah, and he's 33 years old, so pass.
Yetur Gross Matos, he played with the 49ers last year. He's a younger guy. He's 28 years old.
Yeah, and he's a guy that was hurt again, another
Correct.
guy that was hurt last year. He's a Jersey guy.
He is.
Yeah.
If you want to go,
Went to Penn State.
If you want to go really old people, you can go Von Miller if you're interested, or Cam Jordan.
I'm out on that because I just saw what's his name? Khalil Mack just signed
with the Chargers.
Yeah, he went back to the Chargers. But Von Miller, I'm out. Although Miller did have 9 sacks last year.
He did play well.
Well, and he would be your Brandon Graham, a guy that's just a situational guy.
Also, another guy who's a free agent, younger than Von Miller and Cam Jordan, is Dante Fowler Jr. He played with the Cowboys last year.
Yeah, I never liked him even when he was when he was something.
Do you remember all the hype around Joe Tryon when he was drafted?
Not really.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype about him coming out of Washington. I remember him. How about your boy Kyle Van Noy, 35 years old?
Always been a Van Noy fan, but doesn't fit this defense, I don't think.
You know what former Eagle is also available? Derek Barnett.
Yeah. Derek Barnett is kind of like the Jared McCain trade. I mean, he ends up going there and flashing. McCain had another good game the other night, by the way.
He did.
My gosh.
A couple more names for you. You got Jadeveon Clowney. He's still hanging around the league.
Pass.
Emmanuel Agba. He's out there.
Pass.
You could sign Kaylavon Chason. He's a younger guy, but he's more of a situational guy. He's not playing the run.
None of the names you just gave me make me say that's the one. Because I remember last year, and listen, it didn't work out. I said I would go get Azeez Ojulari.
He's also a free agent.
And they did get him, but didn't use him at all. And Josh Uche, too, by the way.
He's a free agent. You want to bring them back?
I'm surprised they didn't let Ojulari really get any burn. But I guess my thing would be I would have liked to have seen them get more of an opportunity. Vic Fangio disagreed with me. Hey, listen, for your chance to win a trip to see the Phillies in Baltimore, that sounder's going to go off again this hour. Vincent Summers Point was our last qualifier. Listen, for your chance to qualify right here on the Sports Bash. And if you're watching the show on YouTube or the X platform right now, you have a bonus chance to enter. Go to the YouTube channel and watch right now. It'll explain how you can enter. It automatically gets you a spot at the Phillies bus trip. Go to youtube.com and search 973 ESPN. Watch the Sports Bash. It'll explain how you can get an entry into the Phillies-Orioles bus trip opportunity. Go there right now and listen for that sounder if you're listening on the radio.
We've seen the personal fouls. We've seen the mental lapses where he'll jump off sides and create a penalty at the most inopportune moment. And so you're hoping that you could find a way to corral him because he is just 24 years old sitting here today, soon to be 25. He's a young player that is still ascending. So you want to give yourself every opportunity to see that through and to see what he can become. But now with the Eagles paying Jordan Davis $26 million a year and a new money average on an extension, you're wondering how much money can the Eagles afford to invest on their defensive line?
Chris Canty said that today on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. And I've been asking this question. I said it last week. I tweeted it out 2 weeks ago. Don't be surprised if somebody's got to go. Now, Jaelan Phillips is gone, but could they trade Jalen Carter? There was a report over the weekend from Jeremy Fowler that teams have reached out and started to ask the Eagles. Now, the Eagles are not trying to trade Jalen Carter, but would I be surprised if Carter ended up getting moved? I tweeted it out last month. And no, I would not be. I would not be for a couple of reasons. One, can't pay everybody. Two, do they trust Carter? Do they believe that he's worth giving $30, $35, $40 million to? He's got the shoulder problem. He's had some, he got suspended for spitting in the guy's face. There's a reason he fell to the number 9 pick in the draft. All of that stuff. Do the Phillies, do the Eagles say, we're just better off moving on from Carter? Look, we drafted this guy. We won a Super Bowl with him. Let's move on and get what we can get for him. Now, I don't think they're entrepreneuring the phone calls, but they are starting to get people that are interested. And some of the names of the teams that are coming in and saying, hey, we're interested in him. I think the Eagles are definitely in listen mode, right? They are definitely in listen mode.
And that's not just you saying it. That was Dan Graziano also this morning on Unsportsmanlike, heard on 97.3 ESPN explaining that.
I do not think there are significant issues with regard to Jalen Carter. I think the Eagles are getting calls because teams saw the Jordan Davis extension. They know that Carter's extension eligible. So you say, are you going to pay them both? If not, keep us in mind. But I think the Eagles' intention is to do a contract with Jalen Carter, whether it's this offseason or next. I think they understand that that's probably not going to be easy, that he's going to ask for an awful lot. And, it's Howie Roseman. So, yeah, he's going to take every call. Mm-hmm. But I do not get the sense that they're interested in dealing away Jalen Carter.
Well, I agree. I don't think they're interested in dealing Jalen Carter. But at the same time, what's the amount in return they could get for Carter? And then how much would they consider that?
Well, somebody asked the question earlier on the text board. On the Whitehorse RV text board, they said that what if the Eagles were offer what Max Crosby got? If somebody called you right now, Mike, I'm going to give you a first-round pick this year, a first-round pick next year, does that move your pile?
Probably. Don't love it. I mean, I like Jalen Carter, and he's made an impact. When I ask what number is Jalen Carter, I know 98 because he's all over the field, but not every week.
Right.
And I don't answer. Listen, I don't mean you have to be wrecking every game every single week. There are weeks where the Eagles play against in the past, they play against the other team's best pass rusher, and the Eagles have a really good offensive line, and you're like, man, they neutralized Aaron Donald, or they neutralized Micah Parsons. So I know that you're not going to have a great game every single week, but 10 games of the season, I hope that 98 jumps out of the page, and he generally does. Well, but there are times when you're like, what happened in 98 this week?
Well, let me ask you this. Does 98 become more important now because your pass rushers are basically the Three Stooges at this point?
Well, today, with where you stand as a pass rushing unit, 98 becomes very, very important because you don't have an elite pass rusher. Now,
right.
You have Jordan Davis making how much? 70, what do you get?
It was 65 guaranteed.
So do you pay him that money in anticipation that he's going to give you even more than he gave you this year? Do you think the arrow's still pointing up with him? I would think you'd think that, right?
Yeah, so the Arrow would be putting up with Jalen Carter. So it was $65 million guaranteed for Davis. It's roughly about $26 million a year.
So you got one $26 million defensive tackle. What can you pay the other one?
That's what I'm asking. Do you have to pay the other one because you can't find a significant enough replacement for the one that you lost?
Well, you got Ojomo.
Defensive tackle.
And you're going to have to pay him as well.
Right.
So you got those two guys. But, hey, listen, I don't know how you fit all those guys in. Somebody's got to go. So do you let them walk?
I mean, I'd hope not.
Or do you try to trade them and get optimal value? Let's get to a couple people watching on YouTube today. Evil Empire. Hendrickson, you have to overpay. I tend to agree. I think the Hendrickson thing, now that Phillips is signed for $30 million, that's probably out of your price range. William Henson, 741, watching on YouTube. He says, resign Dean and move Campbell to edge. I don't think the Campbell to edge thing is really going to ever materialize. I know there was a lot of talk about him being in like the Micah Parsons type of guy. That didn't really work out all that well for them last year.
I would also say that, as long as Fangio is here, he has made it very clear that he doesn't view Campbell that way. Now, when he's no longer here, does that change? I don't know. But as long as that man is the defensive coordinator, he's made it very clear, Mike, that he personally doesn't view Campbell that way.
Yeah, I don't think it worked out very well for him. Once Dean came back and they tried it, he didn't. Now, if you start him there from day one, maybe that changes things.
Maybe.
Xander Allen 364 is watching on YouTube. He says the Philly D-line isn't as bad as you guys are saying. No one's saying the Eagles D-line is bad.
We didn't say it was bad. What we were saying is that they had issues with the pass rush last year.
Before they got Phillips.
But before they got Phillips, in the 8 games, they allowed 23 points a game. In the next 8 games, after getting Phillips, they allowed 15.5 points a game. So there's a clear and distinct need for an edge rusher of some capacity.
They definitely need to replace Phillips. 609-403-0973. JD in Ocean City chimes in on this conversation. Jordan Davis was also given the money to act as Jalen Carter's big brother and keep an eye on him. That's why I thought it would have been great for the Eagles' defensive line if Fletcher Cox stayed another year. Now, Jordan Davis, funny you say Fletcher Cox. Is Jordan Davis becoming Fletcher Cox? The difference is Fletcher Cox gave you about 8 to 10 sacks. He was an interior pass rusher who did sack the quarterback. Jordan Davis, I don't know that he's ever going to have that pass rush. But I'm talking about that's the next thing for Jordan Davis. Like if he is on the trajectory that he played this year and keeps getting better, does he kind of turn into this generation's Fletcher Cox?
I mean, in terms of stability at the position, I can see that. His style of play, like you said, that was not getting 8 sacks a year. His style of play is more, I'm going to stuff the run. I'm going to wreak some havoc. I'm going to force you to double team me, open things up for other people, and I'm just going to walk into some sacks because I'm just that freakish of an athlete.
Well, Terry and Galloway says, come on, Mike. If you put Trey Hendrickson next to Jalen Carter, that's something special, maybe historic. You won't worry too much about money. There's always a way.
That is true. Howie Roseman.
I'm not worried about the money. I think they can find a way. I'm not questioning that. My question is Trey Hendrickson worth $30 million at 31 years old, and will he end up getting hurt?
Exactly.
If you told me Trey Hendrickson's coming here and it was on a whatever deal, okay, that's different. $30 million plus, now I got questions. Now I have to put context behind it. Yes, would I like Trey Hendrickson next to Jalen Carter? I would. But for 30+ million, okay, what is over the cap, or who's the one that predicts the contracts? Spot Track or over the cap?
Both
or
of them. Both of them do it. Yeah.
So what are their projections for Trey Hendrickson? Because do they alter those predictions after guys sign? Like if you sign for $30 million, Jaelan Phillips, does over the cap or Spot Track say, okay, now we have to adjust what our predictions were for Trey Hendrickson?
So, for example, Jaelan Phillips, just to do the projections, Jaelan Phillips was projected at $20 million.
Okay, I think that's
he got $30 million,
and I think that's where the Eagles kind of were. Somewhere between 17 million and 20 million. So
Hendrickson is projected at 25 and a half.
that was then. So you would think that's what, 35 and a half now?
I don't know, because I still have to try to wrap my head around how does this injury he dealt with last year, is that impacting some of this conversation? Like, our team saying, dude, you were injured your last year. Like, you couldn't even get on the field. Like, how can we give you a contract? Jaelan Phillips probably helped himself by being on the field every week last year.
Likely. I'm wondering, did Carolina say we cannot let this guy walk out the door? Or we can't miss out on this guy because, one, there's nobody even close, so we'll just overpay? Or two, because right now you got Trey Hendrickson. I would say that he's the best of this group. Bradley Chubb. And Bradley Chubb feels more in my contractual wheelhouse if I'm Philadelphia.
I'm going to pull up his number for you.
I would say somewhere between 10 and 14 million. Somewhere in that range. You mentioned Jaelan from the Patriots. He's interesting just because of his age, but I think he's the weakest of that group. That's it. There's nobody else's name that really even makes me do a double take. Not even like, okay, I'll have to think about it. I think it's a very, very, very washed up and weak group of edge rushers. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. I don't see one name on that list that you said earlier that I'm going to. So you either have to overpay for Hendrickson, hope that you. Now, the trade market, we got to see who would be available in the trade market. Grenard is one guy, and he's had some injury issues, some red flags, some shoulder problems.
So Chubb projection, again, it's a projection. He's projected to get a 2-year, $28 to $30 million deal.
I said 10 to 14. That's more in the 14 to $15 million thing.
But
Yeah.
is he worth it for $14 million?
Based on what these other guys are getting paid, that's probably way better value. Ray is watching on YouTube.
Hello, Ray.
So I would give Hendrickson 1 year, $40 million, rather than $30 million for multiple years. But he would likely want at least one last long-term contract. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree too. I'd probably overpay him for 1 year and just say, hey, come here for 1 year, see what happens. Play next to Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and Jalen Hunt, and see if you can get yourself another contract next year. Because I certainly don't want to pay you when you're 32.
I think it's the most likely thing is that you're either going to overpay Hendrickson for 1 year, or you're going to bring in Bradley Chubb for multiple years.
5 for 46. 546, not 5 for 46. But Ray, thanks for watching. A lot of people watching on YouTube today. If you're watching on YouTube, you got some bonus chances to qualify for the trip. We've already had people signing up through YouTube. Just if you're on YouTube or X, you can see how you can enter to win a trip to see the Phillies and Orioles. If you're watching on YouTube or on the X platform, you're getting bonus chances over there, and we are entering those people right now. If you're on the radio, you got one more chance with the contest sounder. Listen for that coming up on the Sports Bash. All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here. Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Branches Outreach. And you guys have been hearing me talk a little bit about this. I was blown away to hear in the past year they have welcomed over 10,000 guests into their outreach center, served more than 12,000 warm meals for those in need. Imagine with the winter we just had, if you didn't have a place to eat or sleep, well, they're helping out those people, but they can only do it with donations from people like our listeners. Your support is needed year-round. So even though it's getting warmer outside, people still need a meal and a place to stay. They accept donations, food and personal care items during the week from 9 a.m. to 1:30 at the Branches Outreach office in Rio Grande. Give your support today and donate to help Branches Outreach. Go to branchesoutreach.org to learn more. Check them out on Facebook and get more information. As we get ready to get out tonight, Sixers tonight against the Cavaliers. No Maxey, no Embiid, no George, and now VJ Edgecombe. He has been ruled out as well with that lumbar sprain. Josh, I said this last week. I've had a lumbar sprain before. I did not see Edgecombe coming back anytime soon.
No, and, I had the injury report this weekend. The doctor told us, he's like, this is not something you come back from immediately, no matter how young you are. Yeah, these young guys heal quickly, but anything that limits your ability to be explosive.
Well, I'll tell you, that's my experience is it happens, you're walking, and then you think you can walk around, and then the explode. Like, once you try to be explosive, that's when it cripples you. It almost feels like somebody shot you. So I don't see Edgecombe. I mean, they play again tomorrow night. And then Thursday night, I would be surprised if he's out the next two games. We know Maxey's out the next two. We know Embiid's out. Yeesh. By the way, for those of you who are like, they're never going to make the playoffs, they are 7 games up on the team out of the playoffs. So they would really have to get into a funk here. We'll see. All right, that's it. Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. For everybody watching on YouTube and X, there are the directions on how you can enter for the Phillies-Orioles bus trip. If you're watching the show, it's up on the screen. And if you're on the radio, be caller 7 right now. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you're in for this year's Phillies opening day watch party. You must be present to win at the Anchorage, 823 Bay Avenue in Summers Point, for our Phillies opening day watch party on Thursday, March the 26th. You must be present to win, and one lucky winner is walking away with a trip to see the Phillies in Baltimore on Friday, July 31st. You'll get round-trip transportation, 2 lower-level tickets to the game, and a whole lot more. We'll see you, caller 7, 609-573-3776 at the world-famous Anchorage, 823 Bay Avenue in Summers Point. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.